striking nationwide. They all support radical left policies such as ending military aid to Israel, abolishing immigration customs enforcement, free or low-cost housing for all government-funded health care for all. Lots of free stuff. We know. We've been down this road with these candidates before. And massive tax hikes on wealthier Americans. And the line of wealth gets lower and lower and lower, approaching, well, when will it stop? Are they just going to overtax everybody? Republican strategist Luke Ball with me in Focus yesterday.
It seems like the Democrat Party is sliding to socialism. 74% of the Democrats say they like Democrats.
Hey, can you hear me okay? Why do I hear an echo? Okay, now. Okay. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Hello? Okay, that's good enough, isn't it?
bad deal does not savvy. May the best win! That means... I really enjoy busting you up. I always make time for the little things. Loser! Get in the corner and think about what you've done! Ready for decommission? Big money! Big money!
Activating defense protocol.
Quit while you are ahead! Another fight earns my wish. Cremation will have to do.
reached back in 2015. We have seen the president already today. He arrived back in Washington just before sunrise. He's been posting on social media saying critics should be thankful that gas prices are dropping and that oil is now flowing. He also says this will make America great again. Trump signed the agreement while he was in France with the French president Emmanuel Macron, as well as right behind him Secretary of State Marco Rubio looking on. We also got video out of the Middle East which showed the Iranian president signing the agreement as well. But now the debate pivots here to Washington, where lawmakers say they have real concerns about what lies ahead of the U.S. and the South. Asking the White House all day whether or not that trip is still on. Harrison, looks like it is. And my colleague Luke was texting me while we were speaking that there is a 2-minute warning. So any moment now, Vice President Vance will be right there in the briefing room, ready to talk a lot about Iran.
You know, it's so funny what a tight team we are. I feel so blessed to be on it. So I'm looking off camera at our shot that the audience has been taking a peek at every now and then. The camera just zoomed in on the lectern right as you were giving that 2-minute warning, which came in an email from Lucas Tomlinson. Awesome.
It's a team effort here at Fox. Every day. Absolutely.
We're incredibly blessed. Thank you very much. And focus with me now, retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gobb served as a Black Hawk helicopter pilot and battalion commander so quickly because I know that we'll see the Vice President at any moment. The big criticism here and the big question is, how do you enforce this? And I know we heard from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, but is war the only option for keeping Iran honest? And it's okay if it is. Just tell us.
Yeah, I think that's a question everybody's asking. I mean, number one on my mind will be the enforcement part, because if Iran doesn't want to willingly comply with the thing they just signed, then there's nothing else to do but force them to have to comply with it. And that means going back to hostilities and kinetic action inside Iran using the forces that we have available. Iran just simply can't be trusted. I'm 100% wrong in that they suddenly can be trusted this time, and then that's all. And here's the this in good faith for the next 60 days as we work on what I like to call the deal after the initial deal. Right. So, but there are plenty of
$1
military side, a couple of things that are still true and will be true whether the Iranians comply with the rest of the deal or not. Number one, their nuclear program has been completely destroyed. Their capacity for enrichment, the facilities of which they were using to develop enrichment and develop potential nuclear weapon, those facilities are still destroyed. Their conventional military is still destroyed. Their capacity to threaten their neighbors is still largely gone. And now we see whether they are willing to comply with the next step of the president's peace plan. As you all know, the part of the peace plan, the part of this MOU that I think have been most misrepresented by certain parts of the media is the idea that the Iranians get all these benefits. You will hear things about $300 billion or $24 billion or this or that number of money or amount of money. And the simple fact is that the only way the Iranians get any of those resources, not a single penny, by the way, from the United States of America under any circumstances, but the only way that they would ever get any benefit of the bargain is if they comply fully and change their behavior. And so you really have a win-win situation for the United States of America. If the Iranians don't change their behavior, their military and their nuclear program is still destroyed. If they do change their behavior, then they are going to have a transformative relationship with the Middle East, and the Middle East will have a transformative relationship with the people of Iran. That's a win for the American people and for the President of the United States, regardless of which option the Iranians ultimately choose. We obviously want them to choose the right option. The interesting thing about their system, and I think it's important for the American people to appreciate this point in particular, is that there are real divisions within their country about how exactly to proceed. And what we've seen over the last couple of months is that the pragmatists within the Iranian system, the people who really do want to transform their relationship with the Middle East and with the world, those people are winning the argument. The United States wants those people to win the argument. The United States wants to have a better relationship, but in order for that to happen, the Iranians have to perform. And if they don't perform, as we've said before, they don't get any of the benefits of the bargain. So what I'd ask all of you is just to report honestly that the United States isn't giving up a cent of money to Iran, and even the economic benefits, the sanctions relief and so forth that comes along with this bargain only happens if the Iranians perform. So with that, I want to say thanks to all of you. It's good to be with you this morning, and I'll kick it over to questions. Let's start right over here to the right.
Vice President, I wanted to ask a follow-up on something you just mentioned. You talked about the possibility of the current Iranian leadership fundamentally changing their behavior. Do you think that the current Iranian leadership recognizes the leverage that the U.S. holds over itself economically and militarily enough to actually go forth with fundamentally changing their behavior over the long term and going about things differently?
So I certainly think they recognize the leverage that the United States has over them. We've seen that in a number of our conversations. We've seen that just in their behavior over the last couple of days. They certainly recognize that the United States has great leverage. Will that ultimately lead to a change in behavior? I don't know. I've seen skeptics of the deal. People say the Iranians will never change their behavior. Well, maybe that's true, and if so, they don't get any of the benefits of the bargain. But isn't it worth trying? Isn't it worth seeing whether this incredibly weakened position that the President of the United States has put the Iranians under, whether that motivates them to change their behavior, not just vis-a-vis the West, but vis-a-vis the Middle East? And one of the interesting things about this is, the technical details of this we can, of course, get into. There are going to be any number of opinions about the negotiation, about where it's ultimately going to go. But I tend to think that you should trust the people who know the Iranians the best and who have the most to lose. What are the Gulf Arab states saying about this deal? What are they saying about this deal compared to the JCPOA in 2015? This is the Obama nuclear deal. Well, back then, they hated that deal. They felt like it empowered the Iranians to be bad actors across the region. Of course, that's exactly what happened. They were right about that. What are they saying about the president's peace deal? They're saying this is an amazingly transformative thing for the region because either way, we and the broader region win. Iran weakened, their nuclear program destroyed, their economy in desperate straits, and if they change their behavior, big things are going to happen for Iran and for the world. If they don't, no skin off our backs. Either way, we win, and that's the way the president has set up his deal and his negotiation.
But did the 60-day period officially begin yesterday?
I would say the 60-day period officially started today. It was signed late, and it may have even been signed technically, because of the time shift. I think it's signed technically today, Iran time. So ballistic missile launchers themselves. It's not just the bullets, but it's the actual gun. And that's what we were extremely effective at in destroying during the last 3 months of the campaign. All the president said yesterday is that, of course, countries don't give up the right of self-defense. Israel doesn't give up the right of self-defense if Hezbollah fires rockets or drones at Israel. The Iranians don't give up the right of self-defense in their country, but we do expect that as part of the final deal, they are not going to be able to build the kind of missiles that can broadly threaten the entire world. And that's what the President of the United States said yesterday. And look, I mean, it's very simple. You can't tell a country, whether Israel or Iran, they're not allowed to have any self-defense. That's not what the President has asked. That's not what the President has requested. But as part of the final deal, what we want to see is Iran not funding regional instability, funding regional terrorism, and of course try to rebuild their nuclear weapons program. That's the main thing. The nuclear weapons program is destroyed. It is gone. If the Iranians decided tomorrow to build a nuclear weapon, they simply don't have the capacity in order to do that. What we're trying to ensure is they don't rebuild that capacity, not just a year from now, 2 years from now, but many, many years from now, so that our children never have to worry about a state sponsor of terrorism having a nuclear weapon.
You're hoping this deal with the then Iran in the future from getting what you put out there on the MOU. Curious if the MOU was like in the future Iran will not in fact get a nuclear weapon from down the road, rebuilding and restarting from where we were previously.
Well, number one, they would have to get a lot of money in order to rebuild a nuclear program. You're talking about billions and billions of nuclear infrastructure that the United States destroyed. In order for them to rebuild that program, they would have to get a lot of money. And we have them in an economic chokehold right now that we're not going to release until they fundamentally change their behavior. What would that look like? That would mean a real inspection regime. That would mean a real enforcement regime. As the MOU contemplates, that would mean the destruction of their enriched stockpile. All of these things are the sorts of steps you're going to take if you're serious about any nuclear weapons program. And that, again, is why I go back to this fundamental trade that's built into the deal. They need money to do anything. Their economy is in absolute dire straits. But in order for them to get any integration into the world economy, they're going to have to show us and verify to us that they are changing their behavior. And that's why the deal is set up in the way that it is. Go ahead. No, not at all. No, the president as he often does. But no, to the fact that just 2 days ago I spent over an hour on this view. So I actually have a great experience in very hostile negotiations, and I've used that. I mean, look, Joy Behar is way tougher than the Iranians, and she and I are best friends now. So we're going to get to a good place here. We're going to get to a good place. We're already at a good place. It's just a question of whether we can really get the icing on the top of fundamentally transforming Iran's relationship with the world. Go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of just timing questions. How soon, if the MOU lays out, can Iran start selling any of its oil that has sort of been impounded right with the blockade? And two, can you sort of explain the Lebanon component to the MOU and how that trust works and the enforceability of it?
Yeah, so the Lebanon component is about regional peace. This is about regional peace. And what that means is we expect Hezbollah is not going to be firing rockets and firing drones in Israel. We also expect the Israelis are going to be going wild in Lebanon, right? Both sides have to honor their end of the deal. Now, you guys know sometimes these ceasefires are a little messy. The President of the United States said this a couple of weeks ago that a ceasefire in that region of the world just means they're shooting a little bit less at each other than they were before. What you've seen is radical progress in Lebanon, less shooting, less firing, but you're still going to have these little flare-ups from time to time, and that's just the sort of thing that we're going to have to manage through the diplomatic process. Secretary Rubio's been sort of the person on point. It's actually worked out extraordinarily well because we do have substantial substantially less shooting, but it's going to be something we have to manage. And eventually what we want to see is the Lebanese government, the elected representatives of the people of Lebanon, who are able to police southern Lebanon so that Hezbollah is not taking over the country, the Israelis are not threatened, and then consequently the Israelis are not attacking southern Lebanon or Beirut either. That's the plan there. You asked about the Iranian oil. Look, one of the interesting things that you've seen is that the Iranians have been completely unable to sell oil, not because of sanctions, but because of the blockade. Fundamentally, the thing that we have done here, the original, what we give, what they give, is that we said we're going to lift the blockade, we're going to allow you to sell some of your oil, and they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz. We see that process starting to work already. It's going to take a little time before it picks up fully, but that's where we are today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The MOU, just on the strait, the MOU guarantees these 60 days of toll-free passage, but after that it has, of course, led to a regional dialogue with Oman and Iran deciding the future governance of the strait. The senior U.S. officials told us yesterday that they expect Iran to push aggressively on this, but also that 10 states won't allow any kind of tolls. How strenuously will the U.S. keep tolls out of the strait? And are you going to leave it to the states?
First of all, we believe international waterways should be free of tolls. And that's what I'm pushing. That's what you see, of course, in the 60 days of the MOU. And when you say it leaves it open, it doesn't really leave it open, except in the sense that, of course, the final negotiation is going to set the terms of what comes afterwards, right? You said, I think that it's the Omanis and the Iranians, but it's actually the MOU contemplates that the Omanis, the Iranians, and the Gulf Coast Coalition together will figure out a proper security framework for the straits in the future. And what I mean by that is that we don't want this to happen again. But that's not about tolling. That's about ensuring that the straits are never used as a choke point for the global economy ever again. It's frankly not what the Iranians want. It's not what the Omanis want. It's not what the GCC wants either. So what we're going to do, of course, working with our allies in the region, is to ensure that that's reflected in the final deal. And if that's not reflected in the final deal, there's not going to be a conflict. And that is, I keep coming back to this fundamental structural point of this negotiation, which is that we have all the cards. If the Iranians want the benefits of the bargain, they have to give us the things that are necessary to get those benefits. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Both of you guys. There's one in the white and then one in, orange, I think.
What about the red?
I'm sorry? Okay. Maybe I'm colorblind. It looks kind of orange to me. I don't want to have a debate about that. Orange, pinkish. You go first, and then in front of you can go second.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. How does the point
Everybody's ripping, and you should this time. I think I'll make all my shot.
So I talked to James Braid, our head of OLA. We do plan to brief Congress very soon. I believe that they got the formal copy of the signed document this morning, and if not, they're going to get it at some point later today. We are planning a briefing. I believe right now the House is out of session, the Senate is in session, though maybe I've reversed that. But we're going to ensure that the team briefs Congress and, of course, answers their questions. We've been doing that informally, of course, talking to a number of people in Congress just over the last week. We'll keep on doing that, and we'll have a formal briefing. I won't say exactly when that will be because it depends a little bit about session schedule. Your point about the sanctions is I'll go back to what I said earlier. Really not on the radio was never the sanctions. We didn't see that as a major concession to the Iranians. The Iranians didn't see that as a concession to them because the benefit from selling oil was not the sanctions. They were selling plenty of oil without any discount because the sanctions were just fundamentally ineffective at that point. What the sanctions did do is move the Iranian financial system to sort of the shadow banking system. So by lifting the blockade, that's the significant thing that has changed. And by lifting the sanctions, we're actually going to be able to see a little bit where their financial system actually sends money and receives money. That's a real benefit to the American people. And that's really the only thing that has changed by the change in sanctions. Oh, sorry, I forgot that part of the question. No, we don't think so. We actually have an opinion from OLC we feel quite confident about that Congress there are certain things that require congressional approval. There are certain things that don't require congressional approval. We feel quite confident that we can temporarily lift those sanctions without going to Congress and seeking their approval on that.
Apparently there's been reports coming out of Israel that Iran is already funneling oil money to Hezbollah even before this their MOU was signed. And how exactly is the U.S. looking at this? If we're talking about behavior on part of Iran, I mean, October 7th happened.
Today, you're uncoming.
What exactly are we talking about? The reaction from the United States? Are you talking about perhaps a humongous scale attack that actually could happen? Are we waiting for that type of attack? I mean, what exactly is a scale?
Sorry, you said what exactly is a scale?
Well, I mean, like, what type of attack would it take to actually get a reaction from the United States to say, okay, now we're actually going to start dropping bombs on Iran for having bad behavior?
Well, we don't want any scale of any attack. Any attack, whatever its scale, is unacceptable under this agreement. Now, you asked the question saying that oil money was flowing to Hezbollah before the MOU was signed, and it's one of the reasons why we are actually engaged in this process is to ensure that no money was flowing to Hezbollah. So it's interesting where people will say that the MOU is bad because the MOU produces consequences that were actually happening well before the MOU was signed. That's not a reflection on the MOU, that's a reflection of why we need the MOU to ensure that we have the regional peace and stability that we need. Now, what I would say to some of the critics of the deal that I've heard that would say, well, Iran's going to get all this benefit. I'll repeat what I've said, and I'm probably going to have to repeat it a number of times, is what is the benefit that the Iranians get that they didn't have before? And the answer is nothing. They don't get anything unless they change their behavior. If they change their behavior, that is a thing to celebrate. That's going to transform the Middle East for a generation. If they don't change their behavior, they don't get the benefit of the bargain. And I gotta be honest, I think fundamentally this idea that it's a misrepresentation of the MOU. This idea that the Iranians get all these benefits before the deal is actually consummated. The idea that they get benefits before they change their behavior is fundamentally a talking point that is issued by people who want the conflict to continue indefinitely, despite the fact that that's not good for the American people and it's not good for the region. Way in the back. All the way back to the red.
Thank you so much. Red here. Are you red?
We'll do. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. I'm wearing bright red.
So many people are wearing red. You can go first. Carol, right?
Put some electricity on this one.
The administration believes that this deal is superior. And second, Mr. Vice President, President Trump has been vocal lately about his Netanyahu's attacks on Lebanon. Has the administration spoken to Bibi Netanyahu directly about the president's concerns recently, and what is the feedback from Israel?
Yeah, so we speak to Bibi or speak to somebody in the Israeli government, just as we speak to the Gulf Coast Coalition, our regional partners, pretty much every day, at least at some high level of our government. Look, the president's been very clear. He does not withdraw from the deal. No one could withdraw from another country on the right of self-defense. Israel has the right to defend itself. But fundamentally, the Israelis, just like everybody else, have to respect this peace process that is fundamentally good for them and good for the entire region. What the president gets grown frustrated sometimes is that we seem to be right on the cusp of a major breakthrough in the agreement, and then all of a sudden there's a major explosion that goes off in a civilian population center in Beirut, and a lot of people who have nothing to do with Hezbollah lose their lives. That's not acceptable. That's the sort of thing that we've asked for closer coordination so that we ensure it doesn't happen. And our message to the Israelis, just as our message to everybody else, is fundamentally we want this peace process. We do not want Hezbollah attacking Israel, but in order to ensure that that happens, we have got to actually build the kind of regional framework that can cut off the money to Hezbollah, cut off Iranian support for Hezbollah, and also ensure that Lebanon's territorial sovereignty is respected by all parties. And the difference between the two agreements. So first of all, the two big differences are not even in the substance of the deal itself, but something I said earlier are, number one, the Gulf Coast Coalition loves this deal because they think that it makes Iran weaker. They hated the Obama deal because they thought they made Iran stronger. They know more about this, and they have more news than anybody, including the other people in America, so I trust their judgment. The second thing is where the deal came from. You have to remember, in 2015, nuclear weapons program with a nuclear weapons stockpile. So the perspective that we came at as the United States was, you already have a really nice nuclear program. We're going to bribe you with American money in order to stop it. Our perspective and where we're coming at it is, we already destroyed your nuclear program. And so if you promise and show verifiable pathways to not rebuild it, then we're willing to give you some sanctions relief and things like that. So it's a totally different perspective. Now, there are substantive differences as well. The Obama nuclear deal allowed enrichment. Ours will not. The Obama deal allowed the accumulation of stockpiled weapons-grade material. Ours is actually leading to the destruction of that stockpile of enriched material. So there are many differences. The Obama deal gave them over $1 billion of American money. This deal gives them $0 of American money. So a lot of substantive differences, but I think the most important differences are where we're coming at it from a position of strength and the fact that our Gulf Coast partners love this deal. No, sorry. I said the other all the way to that. Thank you.
The president has said that if Iran doesn't behave themselves, we're going to resume military action. So what is the red line for what Iran can do before they cross that red line and we do resume military action?
Well, it's going to be just like the last part.
You can't go beyond 9, buddy. Oh, this
to redevelop their nuclear weapons program. There are all these questions that we're asked about whether they've actually changed their behavior. Do they allow the inspectors in as they have promised that they would do, or do they refuse to allow those inspectors in? A whole host of things we're going to see. We're working towards a very successful resolution of this process. But again, it takes two to tango. And what the president's just saying is that we maintain economic, diplomatic, and military leverage that nobody else in the world has. So if the Iranians want to change, great. We're going to help them. If they don't change, we still got all the cards. Should we have a debate about the difference between blue and navy? Not that guy, because you give a speech whenever you ask a question. I'm going to give her an opportunity. Guys, you're speaking over the person who's asking the question.
There's been a lot of frustrations with Americans, particularly about the gas prices. We've touted the fact that they're coming down. The president has gone on social touting this. But when should they expect to see gas reach that $3 threshold?
Well, I'm not an economist, and I think even the economists would get this wrong, but the fact that you've seen gas come down about 65 cents a gallon on a national average, and the fact that you see oil prices that are basically close to where they were at the very beginning of the conflict, I think you're going to see a substantial reduction in gas prices. I'm not going to predict the exact price. If I was able to do that, I might be in a different business than politics, but we do think you're going to see significant relief at the pump on top of what we've already seen.
Thank you, Mr. President. You keep saying that Iran will only reap economic rewards if they comply and change their behavior. But under this deal, they are being allowed now to sell their oil freely. Again, how is that not a financial benefit? And they're being allowed to do that without making any new concrete nuclear commitments. So can you explain how is that not lawful?
Line it up and
Well,
shoot!
first of all, they've made very concrete commitments. They have committed to the destruction of the highways and stockpiles they have in their possession. But number two, all we've done is lift the blockade and the Strait of Hormuz. We basically returned it to where it was before the conflict. The blockade is off. We put that in after the conflict started. The straits are now open. That's not a new benefit to the Iranians. They were selling oil for many, many years, well before we ever put the blockade. We opposed that blockade. They stopped selling oil, and now we've lifted the blockade in order to promote the free flow of energy across the world.
Walk us through what's been secured, even in these kind of gentlemen's agreements, on how exactly they're going to get rid of the stockpile. Are there agreements on low-grade enrichment? How long is the moratorium on enriching uranium for Iran? And are any of these gentlemen's agreements written down anywhere?
So some of them are written down, but fundamentally, whether they're written down or spoken, this is why we structured the deal that we did, because we don't trust words, we trust action, and we trust conduct. And so we're going to reward conduct, and we're not going to reward any words, whether they're written on a sheet of paper or not. There's a lot of discussion, the MOU, the gentleman's agreements, the final deal. The words don't matter, ladies and gentlemen, we're about verification. And so what we're going to do is say, if they do the things that they have promised to do, they have promised not to enrich. promised that they would allow inspectors in to destroy that highly enriched stockpile, and then of course that's not usable anymore, you can take it somewhere else. They promised a number of things, and that's why the deal contemplates a number of benefits if they do those things. But it doesn't do anything if they don't actually meet those promises.
If they don't follow through with their commitment, will the U.S. go back to imposing sanctions and the blockade, or does Iran get to keep some of the concessions?
The sanctions are still on with the exception of the oil sanctions. The purpose of the oil sanctions is to drive down how much Iran is charging for a price per barrel of oil. Those sanctions had stopped being effective. The blockade is what's effective. And again, that's the thing that has changed in accordance with them opening the Strait of Hormuz. No sanctions will come off unless they perform the benefit of the bargain, and every sanction will come back on. Like hypothetically, let's say 2 years down the road, they've done what we need to see on the nuclear program, and we release the sanctions as the deal contemplates, then they decide they're going to start rebuilding the nuclear program. Then, of course, those sanctions are going to come back on. That's why it's really kind of like a dialogue. As they dial up their good behavior, we can dial up the economic relief. If they dial down their good behavior, we can turn it off. The good thing about having the leverage, and it's a good thing about being the United States of America, where we just fundamentally have so much influence in the world financial system. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Leader Thune said it's unrealistic to get the Save America Act passed by attaching it to FISA, which the president's looking for. Do you believe this is possible?
Why don't we try? Why don't we try and at least force people to vote against it? One of the things that sometimes frustrates me about the legislative process is that people will go into it saying, this isn't possible, therefore I will try. Well, let's actually see. Let's try it. And if it's not possible, then let the people put their name on it. This is also good for the American people. How many American senators know that the American people love the Save America Act because they believe in voter ID? But how many of those same senators don't want to vote for it because they know that the radical elements within their own party would punish them for it? Let people go on the record and actually answer to the American people, which is why I think we should do exactly as the president said. Rob. Rob.
Thank you very much. On Monday, we were told the MOU will be published within 48 hours. The president then said after Friday. You, I think, then said by Friday, and then it ended up being read out on a briefing call yesterday. We were told the MOU had been signed electronically on Sunday. There was an active report that it hadn't been. There was going to be a signing ceremony Friday, and then it signed at Versailles yesterday, last night. Is what's going on behind the scenes as chaotic as your public messaging?
Well, I don't think our public messaging has been chaotic. I think dealing with a fractured Iranian system where communication isn't great is just sometimes something that we don't fully appreciate or we don't fully understand. What really happened here is that we did sign the MOU on Sunday. That locked into the terms of the deal. What the Iranians came to us and said is we'd like not to release the text until Friday. I didn't really understand that. I wanted to get the text out immediately. But in order to be accommodating to them, we said, sure, okay, we'll wait until Friday. And then what happened over Monday, Tuesday, the president was in G7. Maybe foreign leaders were talking to the Iranians and encouraging them to do that. We were definitely saying to them, we understand your desire not to have the text out until Friday, but we live in a democratic system. The American people want to see the text of this deal. We would certainly like to get it out as soon as possible. And so they came up with having their president sign it, our president sign it, and then just releasing the text as a signed document immediately at that point. I do wonder, Rob, this is pure conjecture. I'm just guessing at this. I wonder if part of it is that they wanted to have a Persian translation, a Farsi translation that they felt good about. And then, of course, once they translate it into Farsi, our State Department has to confirm that the Farsi translation matches the meaning of the English. I think that is part of what was going on here. But the text is out there now. We said that we would be transparent about it. But the reason why it went back and forth a little bit about when exactly the text would be released is just we were trying to show good faith to the Iranians who, for reasons I have no idea, cared a lot about how the text itself was rolled out. Blue tie there.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President. As you know, because you were involved in this process, the MOU allows for Iran to sell its oil right away, which means that Iran can take in on a monthly basis tens of millions of dollars. Iran's economy was in tatters. How is this not essentially giving a lifeline to Iran economically? And what's to prevent Iran from using all of that money, all of those millions of dollars, to prop up its proxies in the region?
Well, the number one thing is that we actually see where the money moves now because of what we've done with the financial sanctions. We actually know where the money's going to move. And so we have great confidence that we're going to be able to see if they try to fund terrorist organizations. We're going to be able to see that. But you said that millions of dollars is a lifeline. Right now, the Iranian nation is a nation of 94 million people. Their economy is in a free fall. They have sky-high inflation and fundamentally about $1 trillion of damage to their industrial base was caused over the last 3 months. The idea that selling a few $1 million worth of a few $1 million worth of oil is going to fundamentally transform the Iranian economy, that's just not true. We thought that it would be good in order to lift the blockade and open the Straits of Hormuz to allow the free flow of energy. We felt that it was reasonable that if we're going to allow everybody else to sell their energy during this period of negotiation, we would allow everyone to sell their energy. That's all we're doing. We can slap everything right back on if the Iranians don't make the deal that we expect. Either one. Guys, how about both of you? Go ahead.
Vice President, so President Trump said we'll finish one, talking about Iran, and he said then Cuba is next. Is Cuba next? And also on Colombia, Mr. Vice President, he had mentioned Colombia 3 times this week. Why is it so important, the election day in Colombia for President Trump?
You guys have to ask Marco about Cuba. That's not... Look, our view, go ahead in a second, but let me just actually answer this guy's question. Fundamentally in Cuba, it is a system that hasn't worked. They can't make any money. Their economy is frankly probably in worse shape than the Iranian economy. It's 90 miles from our shore, so every time that there's a crisis, you end up having desperate refugees or desperate, people who can't feed their families trying to flood into our country. We want the people of Cuba to be happy and successful. We're actually talking to the Cuban government right now about how they could change their ways to change that. We're going to see what they do, and obviously, if they do one thing, we're going to do something. If they make smart decisions, we're going to have a much better relationship with that island. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, thank you so much. I know that you are still not sure if you are going to run for president in 2028, but if you do not, is there anyone in particular that you would want to see run?
What's your name?
Stephen Kapuska.
I want Stephen Kapuska to run for president in 2028. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you for the I've got 2 questions. Could you describe the status of your Switzerland trip? Are you definitely still going? What are your plans? And also, if you could drill down on frozen funds. There's been a lot of focus on oil sanctions, but on frozen funds, what's your understanding of how much money is frozen? How much of that is in the U.S.? And a senior administration official briefed some of us reporters earlier this week that there might be small antes, is what he said, like small releases of money to build trust with the Iranians early on. Could you describe that whole situation?
So on the frozen funds, the amount of money, I honestly don't know. I've heard numbers north of $100 billion. I've actually heard numbers north of $200 billion. Most of it is not in United States accounts. Most of it's either in the Gulf or in Europe or somewhere else. But I don't know the exact amount of money. It's a lot. It's one of the reasons why we've had such a successful chokehold on the Iranian economy, though not even close to the main reason. We're not releasing a single dollar of that money until the Iranians perform. And there are a number of ways they could perform. For example, let's say they actually take meaningful steps, and this would happen very quickly, to destroy that stockpile of enriched material, then we're going to have a conversation about it. But they have to perform. I've seen some reports, I don't know where this came from, that the Qataris have released billions of dollars in Iranian assets. That's just not true. It would be impossible for the Qataris to do that without our buy-in and certainly without us seeing it. So a lot of this reporting is just fundamentally wrong. They don't get a dollar of unfrozen assets. Their money, not our money, but they don't get a dollar of unfrozen assets until they actually perform under the deal. You asked about Switzerland. Our plan is to go to Switzerland. I don't know exactly when. The way that we're setting up this technical negotiation is that obviously you're going to have the political leadership involved. excuse me, we're going to have people on the ground actually driving the technical talks, the nuclear talks, how do you destroy this highly enriched uranium, all that stuff that you really just have to get into the nitty-gritty on. So, I plan to go to Switzerland. Exactly when, we think these technical negotiations are going to start sometime this weekend. That's still the plan, but that could change because it's not an easy country, Iran, to get out of, and so we're trying to figure out exactly when that's going to happen. I suspect this weekend, but I'm not sure. It just depends on exactly when the Iranians can get there. We're trying to figure that out as we speak. But again, I suspect it will happen this weekend. We're going to find out exactly whenever the coming days. Go ahead, Ben.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. Just two questions for you. To follow up on an earlier question, Secretary Rubio said in March that the goal of this war was to, quote, to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles. You just said earlier that the military program is destroyed. U.S. intelligence estimates that Iran still retains roughly 70% of its pre-war ballistic and cruise missile stockpile. So when did the administration decide to abandon that part of the original mission? And then just second, moving forward, are you leading the U.S. team moving forward in terms of the negotiations? How involved will you be?
Yeah, so I'm certainly planning to lead the U.S. negotiating team. But on the first question, you talked about an intelligence report that was anonymously leaked to a reporter that was not with context and that frankly is not accurate. What has changed about the Iranian ballistics missile program is it matters much less the number of missiles they have, the number of bullets. What matters much more is the number of launchers they have, and importantly, the teams on the ground that have the capacity to launch those missiles. Their ability to launch missiles has been substantially degraded. Is it zero? No, but it's substantially degraded, and in that sense, we haven't abandoned the mission. We've accomplished that particular part of the mission. If you look at the Gulf Arab allies, and obviously the Israelis who faced a lot, the two of them together faced a brunt of these missile attacks, each of them feels substantially safer today from the Iranian missile threat than they did before. Obviously, that is something that we would like to continue. All the president said yesterday is that you can't expect any country to give up its right of self-defense. You have to have parity, and that's what the president in the United States was talking about. Go ahead. No, guys. Yeah.
Leo's reaction to the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding.
I have it. What did he say?
All right, okay. I'll give you the short version. Sir.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. He said.
Go ahead. After you.
I'll give you the short version. All right. He says he welcomes the agreement between the U.S. and Iran. He says it hopes it will help strengthen mutual trust, security, and stability in the Middle East. And he also hopes that it's truly a solution to the war and that the war is really over. What do you say the Pope said?
My response to that is praise Jesus. I'm glad that the Pope has positive things to say about our MOU. I think that the Pope is fundamentally accurate, and it's going to be good for the entire world. But we got to keep working at it to make sure that the Iranians honor the commitments that they've made. And then yes, you in front. Go ahead. The thing is, there's so many people in here. I could say the red tie, and then 9 of you start shouting at us. The burgundy tie.
The MOU calls for
There we go, that guy.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. The MOU calls for a U.S. troop withdrawal from the Gulf region tied to the final deal. Can you say whether the drawdown will affect U.S. forces past Iraq and Syria, where American troops currently help protect Kurdish-held areas from Iranian-backed militias?
Okay, so the drawdown contemplated, again, this is the final deal. This is assuming that the Iranians comply, that they give us verification, that they take real substantial conduct towards this peace agreement. What we're saying is that we will withdraw troops to the pre-conflict level, meaning we're not going to keep a couple of extra aircraft carrier groups over there. The Iranians don't want that. Frankly, we don't want that either. Go ahead. Yeah.
It's not going to be funding that $300 billion fund. Who exactly is funding that? Is that private companies? And I also noticed that your voice is hoarse. Are you sick? Have you been using your voice a lot?
Well, I've been on a bit of a book tour the past couple of days, but I can't promote my book here in the White House press briefing room. I had a cold about a week ago. That and talking a lot about this deal and talking a lot about the book, I'm definitely a little bit hoarse. But you asked, your first question was about
is funding that $300 billion.
Oh, I see. So what's interesting about this is there is a great desire from the Arab world and from outside the Arab world to actually get involved in Iran if they behave properly. So, for example, let's say the United Arab Emirates, who've been a great ally over the last, not just few months, but over the last many years, let's say that they would like to invest in building a power plant. That actually isn't possible right now because of the way that U.S. sanctions work. And so what we're saying is that if you behave, and if the Emiratis themselves want to build a power plant, then we will do the sanctions relief necessary to make that possible. The good thing about that is that it actually creates integration, which is leverage. A world where the Gulf Coast Coalition has greater leverage into the Iranian economy is a world where the Iranians are going to be heavily prevented from misbehaving. So it's a lot of the Gulf Coast Coalition, again, they see that Iran is weakened, they see there's an opportunity to build a new relationship there, and they're saying if they behave, and if the United States is willing to allow this to happen, then absolutely we want to change our relationship with Iran. No, well, I mean, I assume that in the United Arab Emirates there would be private money and so forth that would be part of this. But again, this is so far in advance because it assumes a transformation in Iranian behavior. Sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. As you know, the Iranian-backed groups in the region were involved in this war, and they damaged U.S. facilities and your allies as well. How does this agreement affect Iran-backed groups across the region, especially the Iranian-backed groups in Iraq? And my second question, this agreement requires Iran to stop attacking the Kurdish opposition in Kurdistan region, which they did 2 days ago.
So what this agreement does fundamentally is it requires Iran to behave like a normal country. And if it doesn't, as so many people think that it never will, then it doesn't get any of the economic benefits. And if they do, then that's a great thing for everybody. It's a great thing for the Kurds. It's a great thing for anybody who has been under the brunt or under the threat of Iranian-funded terrorist organizations. The expectation is that Iran will stop that, and if they don't get the benefits of the bargain. John.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Many of the colleagues that you served with in the U.S. Senate and Republican Conference have criticized this deal over the last 24 hours. What is your message, Mr. Vice President, back to that?
So I guess I would say to anybody, any of the critics, is number one, have a little bit of faith in the President of the United States. The idea that he is going to strike a deal that's been bad for the American people, it's preposterous. He is the person who's had the courage to fundamentally transform our relationship with Iran and with a lot of other countries over the last year and a half. He believes in this deal. He is going to see it to completion, and if the Iranians don't comply, we still have every single tool and point of leverage that we have today. That'd be message number one, is have a little faith in the president's ability, given that he's got us this far, to take us the final step. The second thing that I would say is so many of what I've read or heard that people believe about this deal is just fundamentally untrue. It is a memorandum of understanding. It is fundamentally a principle that, yes, the Straits of Hormuz are going to be open immediately, and they already are. Yes, they're going to give up their highly enriched material, but they've got to actually do it. It's about conduct. It's about rewarding good conduct and punishing bad conduct, which in some ways is what we've been doing for the last 3 months vis-a-vis that country anyway. So many of the criticisms, I saw Lindsey Graham came out with a positive statement after expressing some concerns. I think that when people get to understand not just the agreement, but our negotiating posture as a country, they will realize this is an excellent thing for the American people, but that's part of our job. We've got to tell the story about what this means for Americans, how it's going to make all of us safer and more prosperous. That's why I'm here talking to everybody, and we're going to keep on telling that story in the days and weeks to come. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Jordan Conradson with the Gateway Pundit. I want to talk back to the Lebanon component.
Sure.
There's a report in Axios that Netanyahu's fuming over this. Israel doesn't feel bound to the MOU as it relates to Lebanon. If, as you mentioned, your frustration with Israel striking in Beirut, hitting apartment buildings, if that continues, could it torpedo the deal? And what would the U.S.'s response be to a broader war in Lebanon involving Israel and Hezbollah?
Yeah, well, I don't want to get into hypotheticals that could torpedo the deal, because I think the president's expectation is that all of our friends, the Israelis, the Arabs in the region, we're going to work together and actually see this deal to completion. Now, I saw the Axios report. That Netanyahu is fuming. That's not reflective of the conversations that I've had with him, but maybe he's saying something to somebody else that he's not saying to me. What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you've seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal, and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in. Thank you all.
That was just the vice president talking about just signing this historic deal between the United States and Iran and answering a lot of reporters' questions about what that means. We're going to dig into it right now. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Compagno here with my co-host, Paris Faulkner, and also joining us today, Molly Ryan, Fox News correspondent, Colleen G. White, Fox News contributor, and Marcus Ramon, businessman, host of The Fixer on Fox Business and Fox Nation, Fox News contributor. All right, so let's dig in. We were talking the whole time, guys, by the way, while listening to the vice president, and all of this has such fodder for questions. Your thoughts, and especially on the oil question. Yeah, I think that overall it is a good thing that we were able to strike a deal. I think that the American people were ready for this conflict to be over, and I think it's good that President Trump has decided it's time to come home. I have two concerns on that front, however. We heard Vice President Vance say this repeatedly, that this is ultimately contingent on Iran's good behavior. I fully support that, and I believe this administration is going to enforce those requirements. However, what happens in 2028 if a Republican administration is not in control of the White House? Do those behavioral expectations continue to be enforced, and we leave it to our Gulf state partners to do that? I think there's a big question mark about the longevity of whether this deal works out. And I also want to question whether we are underestimating the religious extremism that has driven the Iranian regime for decades now. I believe that there is an economic incentive for the Iranian regime to work with the other Gulf state nations and potentially even with us. However, is that going to be overshadowed by the religious extremism that has really motivated this regime? I just worry that that's being severely underestimated.
We talked a little bit about that financial incentivization and your thoughts.
Compliance has a best friend, and the best friend is cash. At the end of the day, what the Iranians want is they want to rebuild their country. I think there's always going to be a risk that there's not going to be peace. There's always going to be a risk that in 2028 there's a different administration. But as I sit here today, what I think President Trump did very well, and what he's talking about, is very to focus on what oil prices would become in August and September. Let's talk about the amount of work that was done in the last 12 months to build independence on the Eastern Hemisphere versus the Western Hemisphere. What we did in Venezuela was a setup. What we've done on the coast of California, and hopefully soon to be more in Mexico and Canada, starts to create oil independence. I think that bought us more than
not just oil independence, many of these areas also have rare earth. So it's independence on a whole lot of levels. I've asked our team to isolate this about, because it's such a great question you guys are talking about, the Gulf Coast and all of our friends there. What do they think of this deal? If it's ready, let's play it.
The Gulf Coast Coalition loves this deal because they think that it makes Iran weaker. They hated the Obama deal because they thought that it made Iran stronger. They know more about this, and they have more news than anybody, including the United States of America, so I trust their judgment.
Just hearing that is so critical, because we can actually see, and we don't know yet, but we can be hopeful about the fact that the Abraham Accords actually widens behind them. Because it takes not just the UAE, but Oman. Remember, that's a port that we were also watching over. I mean, there's really been a partnership among people who maybe didn't see us that way before. They were less than neutral about us, and now they're on our side.
But if you peel back that comment, I want to peel back, because you wanted to get that clip, because you liked what you heard. If you peel that back just a little bit, What you also heard him say is the responsibility to resolve this and enforce it isn't singularly our problem.
That's what I love about that.
We all these other folks, they wanted this to happen, we made it happen. There you go.
Skin in the game.
Yeah.
From the people who are closest, and you want to know how much thick skin they have to have? Ask them after Iran started killing those neighbors and wiped out
I have just enough bullets for each of you.
in the middle of the ceasefire. As we entered this deal, they took out Kuwait's international airport, big chunks of it. I mean, that's where we are. So I am optimistic. You're right. That's what I liked about that. Because we cannot do it alone, and we shouldn't. That's what Vietnam, that's what history has taught us.
In this remarkable press conference, I guess, that the Vice President gave, he touched on a lot of these points and reminded us about what great partners our Gulf allies have been, which was shown last year when the President made that remarkable trip, building up the economic advantages and economic shares that we have with one another in that area, and we've seen what great partners they've been since the Iran conflict has begun. We're reminded of that, and he pointed that out. One of the other pieces of clarity that I think he offered, one of the things that I saw being talked about on X, particularly by those who were critiquing the MOU before even details were really out, we also saw clarity on that this was not taxpayer money, and that it was very specifically contingent on some remotely good behavior over the next 60 days from Iran. And that the clock begins today. So we'll begin watching that. And that $300 billion, that is about, once again, going back to the opportunity that Iran has to sort of join this global community that could ultimately end up with something truly remarkable like the Abraham Accords. But we're a long way from that. Kaylee, as you mentioned, looking towards 2028, and probably well beyond that as to whether or not what sort of international neighbor Iran will be.
The mood down.
Yeah, I think those are a lot of questions that people hold right now. Where will we see that money be invested? Will it be to rebuild the infrastructure of the massively poor Iran right now? Will it be used to simply restock at the rate that they were before, on par with Russia and China, their ballistic missiles? Vice President said what matters is launchers. How will the relationship unfold between Yemen and the Houthis? How will Saudi Arabia step up, the Emirates? I think right now this is obviously a beautifully historic day, and the real results remain to be seen, and everyone will, with optimism, look forward to seeing hopefully those results that lead to a secure and peaceful Middle East region.
How do we get inflation back a little bit?
Oh, it's going to come. We may spend our way out of it. You never know. Just real quickly, I thought this was critical too, Emily. When the Vice President was asked, are you leading negotiations? He didn't even flinch. He said, yeah, I'm leading the negotiations team. I mean, there's been some discussion about all hands on deck. Absolutely. This is the guy on this day, and he says, yeah, I'm the one of this for the President.
Yeah, as the President says, JD's in charge.
JD, I don't call him.
Yeah, exactly. He's one of 5 suspects who have been arrested so far, including the alleged ringleader, who authorities say is an illegal immigrant. We'll have much more.
This steak is so good. It's like my dad did it. So.
This steak would make sure I've got jumper cables in my car. This steak would give a firm handshake.
Yeah, well, my steak can't talk. Steak a few words.
Honey, Mortgage Money 6 says we should keep renting.
Why are they so far away?
He also says that big things got it.
Every element at my fingertips. America's national championship is on the line. What a shot. Trophy awaits.
Years ago, Riverbend Ranch set out to create beef that's better than Wagyu. We use the highest quality Angus cattle in the world. We think it's Riverbend Ranch.
So much stuff.
Vicks Vapor Freeze. Get hours of pain relief with maximum strength menthol, plus powerful Vicks Vapors.
College!
Vapor Freeze your pain.
Blue Compass RV is celebrating America's 250th.
During our Red, White, and Blue Compass event, save on exceptional motorhomes from $69.9. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. All this and more. Hurry to Blue Compass RV.
Who wants to share what they're holding?
I'm holding in gas.
Try Pepto Gas and Bloating. It relieves bloating, discomfort, and pressure.
I call that a breakthrough.
Pepto for targeted gas relief.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easier shower. Slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
There are only weeks remaining during our limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-538-1261.
If you're a veteran, own a home, and need cash, call New Day USA. We're here to serve you with the same respect and commitment you gave our country. With automatic authority from the VA, we can help you borrow up to 100% of your home value with the New Day 100 DL cash out plan. Get a $1,000 pay off car loans, credit cards, and more. At New Day, we look at you, not just your credit score. Call 1-888-928-2089.
Something big is stirring up in our country, challenging the status quo, inspiring millions, and shaping the future of our nation. I'm Lawrence Jones, and this is Revival, a powerful new series streaming now on Fox Nation.
A new year dawns on the face of America. Now the journey can begin.
Remember to
The midterm election. Fox News will be with you every step of the way. America is watching.
Shot fired. Amid the tension, chaos, and uncertainty of it all, this is where a rebellion became a revolution.
We'll only pull that trigger if they fire first.
We should be careful what he wishes for.
We already had the numbers. Now we have the firepower.
Soon there'll be no question in anyone's mind who is in charge. I'm Kelsey Grammer, and this is Blood on the Bridge. The Battle of Lexington and Concord.
Forget about
Streaming now on Fox.
Grenade to stop it in the...
You think you have the AC cranked up enough?
It's a roaster out there.
Fox Weather Beach House. Here we come.
Hey, Todd, Jersey Shore, Florida, Texas, Alabama.
One great American beach off to another.
Let's hit the road. Who are we waiting for?
We're gonna need a bigger truck.
Come along for the ride all summer long.
Did this guy ever work?
One of the suspects in the alleged plot to attack last weekend's White House UFC event is in a Kansas City courtroom right now. Daniel Estridge has been charged with conspiracy to commit murder on White House grounds. Estridge allegedly sent out his photograph of tactical equipment with the message, the First Amendment is important. And the feds say he spelled out his plan in a message, quote, the goal here is to get at least 3 trigger events off, fully planned and manned, and to the best of our ability, have them executed on the same day or in rapid succession so that our message is undeniably clear to our illegitimate government and our fellow Americans that we are waging a war, end quote. He's one of the 5 suspects who have been arrested so far. We're led to believe there could be many more as part of this. And this group includes the alleged ringleader, who authorities say is an illegal immigrant. Investigators say illegal immigrant Abraham Alvarez was responsible for planning, organizing, and directing the attack. Through an encrypted group chat, prosecutors say Alvarez directed his co-conspirators to rig explosive drones, quote, as many and as deadly as we can get. The Department of Justice is releasing more information on a 3rd suspect, Michael Allen Thomas, while searching his California home. Agents have found, quote, a hunting rifle, an AR-style rifle, 30-round extended magazine for the AR style, filled with approximately 180 rounds of ammunition and a pistol. Additionally, Thomas spoke with law enforcement and admitted to helping plan the attack and encouraging others to take part in it. Anyway, this was planned out and apparently involved a lot of people.
And note the language. So the illegitimate government. Where does someone get that from? We know exactly where they get it. That rhetoric has been fomented on the internet and by our elected officials. Look at the leaders of the Democrat Party who call this president an illegitimate president, who says the occupant, the occupier of the White House. I mean, we've heard this language come from sitting elected officials that say essentially and excuse the fact that they say there's a Hitler at the head of this country and excuse this violence. And after multiple assassination attempts and successful one with Charlie Kirk, for example, we have a little bit of a hey, let's soften this. But how many more of these do the brave men and women of the FBI and DOJ have to thwart before this lesson is learned for real? These teenagers are getting this language about the elites, the corporate elites, and the billionaires and the oligarchs and the no kings and everything. I mean, we have sitting senators that are going on tour about this language, and then we wonder where they're getting from. This is absolutely frightening, and don't overestimate or underestimate those podcasts with a lot of reach that are trafficking in this extremism for a monetary value to them that all of these kids are just lapping up and clickbaiting.
So Molly, hearing Emily mention where we're seeing some of this and hearing some of it, it's on the stump. So not only is there a fomenting of this assassination culture talk, they're actually trying to put people in office who are talking that way. People, maybe some guy with a Nazi tattoo. There's a whole lot going on, and it's not even behind the scenes.
Yeah, one of the suspects in this case mentioned a specific U.S. senator as being someone that they would be targeting because she had taken money from the pro-Israel lobby. So that's another vein in this. Anti-Israeli money, anti-Israel influence in the United States politics. And honestly, this particular crew spoke about really just wacky conspiracy theories as well. Tied into Epstein and the fallout over the Epstein files, and bizarre things related to the blood of infants, just very deep, strange, bizarre conspiracy theories. And as aspirational and fantastical as their efforts and gathering was online, they were able to get them. They were able to plot and get maps and create really quite a drastic scenario and give the FBI not a whole lot of time to crack down on this. But thankfully, a mother and heard things that her son had said, and one thing led to another, and they were able to arrest about 5 people. But the thing that's most concerning is that there are some roughly 19 or 20 folks who are on these chats that the people are drawn together to have these conversations about.
And it took one brave mom to speak up. And I say brave, I mean, there's a monster in her life, essentially. So, I mean, she was being brave. I was at that event. There was no mention of this. There was no question of what's going on. So, huge thank you to everybody who had 4,000 people at the UFC event at the White House Day.
I want to take a quick right turn and talk about what's more troubling than all of the other rhetoric and things that are inciting all of this, and that is the ability for these types of microcells to exist. In years past, when we thought about terrorism, we thought about large organizations, putting that pressure on us. Now we have, with technology, with the affordability of drones, with the affordability of other weapons, these small microcells, these folks here, they're everywhere. And I think that's probably more to celebrate that they were stopped, but a lot scarier to know how difficult that is.
And think about what's been written about like on the way out, we have so much military there. I mean, there was units from all around. It was packed with some of our finest leaders. Many of them are in the Gulf right now. Some of them are stateside too. And then you have people with their families who are gone. So many different avenues in society. Patriots there.
It is horrific, especially considering the many events that are planned for the 4th of July and how many tens of thousands of Americans are planning to attend those. I have to say, as a resident down there myself, I am legitimately alarmed and concerned by this, considering that many of these alleged perpetrators are still out and haven't yet been detained or arrested. I do want to note one fact that we've learned from the Department of Homeland Security about the alleged ringleader, Alvarez. He was granted DACA. He was a part of the DACA
Because between this, it just seems unthinkable how betrayed the American people have been by both the Obama administration's immigration policy and by the wide open door at our southern border propagated by the Biden administration. And it seems as if every single act of charity has been spat right back in our faces, whether it was this guy or whether it's just calling migrants in Minnesota who are policing taxpayers, or whether it's Audrey Julio who uses his position of privilege in this country to foment hatred and unrest. We have been betrayed as a country by being forced to share our country with potentially dozens out there people who hate us. Something has to change. There has to be a political price for it.
Quick last word, I tell you to sit down.
No, I'm just troubled by all of it, and I do worry if we have the infrastructure, and I think about all this budget nonsense that's gone on over the year, DHS, we're not going to fund it. Those types of things make you vulnerable, and I saw your pictures when you were on the line, and now to hear about the fear that you didn't know you should have had is troubling, because if there's something had broken out, I want to give you a hug, because I don't know what would have happened.
A hug right back to you.
I don't know what would have happened.
God bless. God bless us all. Another movie fraud fight, this time involving welfare and benefits through Boston Mass. What we're learning about the scams and how much they are costing taxpayers. Stick with us.
Hi folks, I'd like to tell you about Y-Refi. Did you know that as an accredited investor, when you invest in Y-Refi, your interest rate is fixed? And did you know that you can invest from 1 to 5 years? You can spread your investment over those terms to best suit your needs. And you have the freedom to take your monthly interest as income or an investment, whatever you choose. Invest in Y-Refi. Would you like some more information? Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST. Or log on to investyrefi.com. That's investyrefi.com. For complete details, make sure to review the private placement memorandum and scan this QR code to view the disclosures at your leisure. Y-Refi, investing in America's future.
Even the toughest cowboys get heartburn, but I don't fool around with silly hands. I ride with Rolaids Max Strength, 1,500 milligrams of acid neutralizing power for serious use.
For Jim, life's big moments happen in seconds, like falling in love with Abby, literally 2 seconds, or proposing to her in 78 seconds. Then Jim had the hardest conversation of his life in 100 seconds when he learned that he had cancer. Because life's big moments add up in seconds, Jim and his doctor chose Opdivo-Qvantic for its administration time, an injectable immunotherapy given in as little as 1 to 30 seconds. It may be used alone in adults to treat melanoma, a type of skin cancer that is spread or can't be removed by surgery. It is approved for many other cancers. Opdivo-Qvantic can cause your immune system to react to your body during and after treatment. These problems can physically lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, severe nausea or vomiting, dizziness, pain, eye problems, fatigue, tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst, rash, itching, confusion, and problems, muscle pain and weakness, joint pain, fever, report severe or persistent muscle joint pain. Tell your doctor if you have myasthenia gravis or Guillain-Barré syndrome. Immune system problems include Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, and lupus. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune and nervous system problems, stem cell transplant, or adjustment condition. Opdivo-Qvantic can harm your unborn
With a supply of beef cattle extended to year old, many outfits are now importing beef from Argentina and Brazil. At Riverbend Ranch, our Angus cattle are born, raised, and processed in the USA. Riverbend Ranch, real American beef.
It was too much lube. 5 red chests. Oh.
Pepto gas and bloating. It relieves bloating, discomfort, and pressure.
I call that a breakthrough.
It really depends on kind of Pepto, targeted gas relief. And that's all part of it.
She's really getting up there. Yeah, she is. Don't feel your age. Act your age.
No, that is good enough. That's good right there. Good loop. Let us discover it. That's all he needs to say.
We've got an hour. Try Painquil, the max strength liquid pain reliever that starts working fast.
Pain Quill, the aches, pain, strains, head pounding, back aching, fights pain fast. Medicine, also in liquid caps.
I'm a retiree. I'm living on a pension. I get a bill for almost $40,000 from the IRS. There's no way I can pay that, but Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. That is a miracle in my book.
At Tax Relief Advocates, we may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe the IRS.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, and I made the call that changed everything.
Call 800-404-4792. 800-404-4792.
I'm seeing more and more people in their 40s and even in their 30s starting to prioritize their cholesterol health. A multi-action formula of plant-based ingredients backed by that demonstrates clear natural support for cholesterol reduction. This is not a cholesterol. This is more people need. Only here.
Size of the gun don't matter. How you take it?
That's what I was looking for.
Took us to places we never dreamed of. From 13 small colonies
in the United States. A fledgling republic to leader of the free world.
We don't always agree, but we're free.
Free
To disagree.
America isn't just a place. It's an idea the world depends on.
And freedom, like all great ideas, grows stronger with time.
Your coach must have held all your common sense.
America 250, Fox News Channel. America is watching.
Alarmingly, 11 of the 15 charged defendants are suspected illegal aliens, some of whom assumed stolen identities to steal these taxpayer-funded benefits and avoid detection. American citizens were boxed out of these programs because illegal aliens took their names to then take their money.
That was the Justice Department just moments ago announcing 15 people are being charged with food stamp fraud in Massachusetts. The scams exploited food stamp, housing, and health care programs, costing taxpayers more than $1.4 million. 11 illegal immigrants, including some who have been living under stolen identities, are among those charged. Molly, it seems to me there's no end to us learning how fraudulently our tax dollars are being used, but here at least we are seeing a good step in the right direction of accountability.
Yeah, and on the national level, the federal government has been warning governors that they need to do more about this problem broadly across the nation, or that they won't see the same amount of funding. But there has to be some sort of accountability for the enormous losses when it comes to public welfare programs, or that will essentially be a take-back effort. And that's part of what we're seeing with the overall effort to address this across the nation with the task force. But in Massachusetts alone, this is talking about just today's press conference, 15 individuals, 11 illegal aliens, 4 U.S. citizens, stolen identities, stolen benefits fraud. I covered a story in Massachusetts just at the end of last year where there was an enormous amount of money stolen just through 2 small bodegas. EBT fraud, the SNAP fraud. It was $7 million in food stamp fraud. One of the bodegas only 150 square feet. Tiny. And just 2 individuals charged in that particular case. So it speaks to how, unfortunately, how seemingly easy it is to get away with a lot of taxpayer money and how difficult it is to address the situation. And in this case, you see 15 more people facing penalties. And perhaps that alone will be the incentive to turn off the pipeline that seems to be flowing so greatly across America.
Easy in how brazen So you and I talked about how these people were flaunting a lot of their money on social media, thinking that they could be so great, the audacity that there would be no accountability. Finally, thank goodness, the new sheriff's in town to get some.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about a little bodega, 150 square feet, that's a front. That means there are a whole bunch of them that we don't see, right? You're not just going to get your Pepsi. Like that is a problem, and it is what you were talking about in just a different lane, Marcus. This idea of cells among us. Well, there can be fraud cells too. I love what you said, Kaylee, and I want to cede the rest of my time to you because it is betrayal to Americans to have let people in you did not vet. You didn't vet well if you did any at all, and now there's a push on the left not to get them out of the country.
Well, and that's a great point, because here's another side of that betrayal. Democrats are actively preventing the federal government from doing everything that they possibly can to crack down on this fraud.
Right.
Consider that blue states are refusing to hand over their SNAP recipient data to the U.S. Department of Agriculture so that USDA can then verify whether those recipients are actually eligible for the program in the first place. You also have congressional Democrats fighting tooth and nail to prevent Republicans from specifically including language in the One Big Beautiful Bill that would have barred illegal immigrants from accessing federal, taxpayer-funded federal health care programs. That's all deliberate. Democrats have to own this. The reason that fraud has become so easy and so widespread across the board is because regardless of who's doing it, whether it's United States citizens or illegal immigrants, they know that Democrats make it possible for them to do in the first place. And especially if you're an illegal immigrant, Democrats want to just keep you here. They don't want you to go away at all. So they do have to take ownership for their role in this crisis, although I'd argue they don't really see it as much of a crisis at all.
I think I'm going to challenge that a little bit. I think we have a trust problem and we have a money problem. And in 2026, we're launching rockets, we're building data centers, AI is the biggest it's ever been. There's not technology that would allow me to know that there's irregularity in that 150-foot low data to see those things happening. And I don't want to make it a left or a right thing. I want to make it a dumb thing, where we allow money to continue to flow across the universe in every state, not just the blue states, every state, maybe to a different degree, and there's nothing being done to stop the system. And if you have to stop it, you're going to hurt people. So how do you find a way to rejigger the entire system? You shut it off for 24 hours and lay in a relayer, and that relayer essentially manage every dollar that goes through, and it identifies irregularities. Because if you look at historical data, and you use that as your baseline, then it should tell you what should happen tomorrow. If something comes out of whack, the money should just get shut off. So I don't think it's about illegal immigrants or not illegal immigrants. I think it's sloppiness, and it's back to this government spends too much money on too many things, and there's no controls.
Marcus, I'll just note that there was a quasi-government agency that could have helped with this problem. It was called DOGE, and guess who opposed it? Democrats.
Well,
exactly. I mean, it is a political issue.
Okay, I hear you, but DOGE kind of went away. I haven't heard about it in a while.
But we're still, yeah, I mean, he could only stay in the government, and they're...
You're talking about Elon. Is he the only person that knows how to keep track of money?
No, I think there was a
pushback. I mean, there was pushback, so it's still going on from what I understand, but now the Vice President, J.D. Vance, who has yet another job, because he's been leading this whole patrol on fraud just across the country, and affordability, by the way. But as he's doing that, we don't call it DOGE, but clearly it's happening. Ask anybody in Minnesota. Ask the governor of Minnesota if he's sleeping well tonight.
Is the government spending too much money?
Yes,
Okay.
always. And
I'm
that's
done.
nonpartisan.
I'm done. Okay.
All right, guys, we got agreement. No one's outnumbered. Come back in a little bit.
This program is brought to you by Aleve. Try Aleve for up to 12 hours of body pain relief.
When you need longer-lasting body pain relief, try Aleve. Just one dose of Aleve provides pain relief for up to 12 hours from all types of body pain. Aleve, longer-lasting body pain relief.
It looks like an ordinary staircase, but when you have pain in places like your arms, hands, legs, and feet, even stairs can hurt. As a retired doctor, now that I'm older myself, I use Nervive. Nervive Roll-On has lidocaine to block nerve pain signals. Nervive also comes in a spray for hard-to-reach areas. Getting older happens, but living with pain doesn't have to. Try Nervive like I did.
and get your freedom back. Feel alive with Nervive.
Make summer grilling unforgettable with beef from Riverbend Ranch, raised the way nature intended, with no hormones and no antibiotics, and delivered straight from our ranch to your table. Riverbend Ranch, real American beef.
A veteran who may have served in my time during the Vietnam era would be eligible today for a VA home loan. So many do not know that. There's no expiration date on your eligibility for the VA home loan. Every veteran, every service member out there, if you're thinking about buying a home, if you're thinking about a cash out refi, whatever you're thinking with a mortgage, you should come to New Day USA first.
Call now, 1-888-928-2089.
You know what's all good? Zero heartburn.
That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just one pill a day blocks heartburn before it starts.
Unlike my friend here popping antacids all day. Give me those. Prilosec OTC. One pill, zero heartburn. All good.
And Doug.
I'm glad we could all play today.
They say tennis is great for remembering you can customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual.
Do they, Doug?
Well, I say it. Limu, ball me. Limu, ball me again? My bad!
Only pay for what you need.
Eddie's, we know whether you grill with charcoal, gas, pellet, or griddle, we've got the perfect grill for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Black. With free assembly and delivery of grills, sausage grills, and grilling items. Around the clock, with you yourself. Especially good at gas. This Eddie's is like grand bucket with 20% off on a finger if it's inside.
Feel the power of Osteo-Biflex. Taken every day, it's clinically shown to improve joint comfort in 7 days, with significant improvement over time.
As promised, no forever wars. Donald Trump promising Iran he will rain down hell if they do not go along with his deal. What will happen? We'll have the latest tonight on Hannity.
I have a call. I have no choice to make a phone.
When I speak to him, he answers.
The journey can begin. The midterm elections. Fox News will be with you every step of the way. America is watching.
It's a hot one here in New York City.
You think you have the AC cranked up enough?
It's a roaster out there.
Fox Weather Beach House. Here we come.
Cape Cod, Jersey Shore, Florida, Texas, Alabama.
One great American beach after another.
Let's hit the road. Who are we waiting for?
We're gonna need a bigger truck.
Come along for the ride all summer long.
Does this guy ever work?
Weather is part of the American story. Under stormy skies, down snowbanks, even at Little League. From the first heat wave to the first
Are you in the
frost,
competition?
Fox Weather is
There is a lot of work to get done, but there's hope to move forward.
every step of the way.
I'm gonna go see if I can help this lady out.
For all seasons, for all Americans, Fox.
Reviews are coming in for the Iran deal. Victory for America. How would you like to skip the line at airport security and go straight to the gate? Well, travelers can now do that. We'll show you how it works. The alleged ringleader of the UFC terror plot is a DACA recipient. How did a person whom the U.S. embraced suddenly turn against the nation? And the red tide is rising. Socialists are on the march in American politics. Will it ignite a civil...
Hey, this is Scott. I'm sorry I missed your call.
Good. How about you? I'm sorry? Oh, yeah, my knee is doing pretty good. Just the one. I'll get the other one done in about a month or two. But thanks for asking. You checking on your deposit? Yeah, I'm just waiting for the... Right. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the water bill to come in. It should be in this week, and then I'll deduct that and bring you guys the difference. Right. Right. Oh yeah. The only problem was they left a bunch of trash outside along the side of the house, and I had to pay someone to get rid of all that. It was old furniture and stuff. Yeah, I should be able to get with you either this week or first part of next week. I should have the bill anytime. Okay, call me anytime. You guys doing well? Good. All right, hey, have a great day. Bye. Oh, shit. Annie, would you stop? This is the no-way radio station.
I'm taking you to violence.
Let us see what Kanansi has in store.
Necessarily think I belong here.
Big red flag. Big red flag. The Mayhem level will override the current difficulty setting and Ultimate Vault Hunter mode effects, clearly outlining the effects of each level in terms of increased difficulty and rewards. Right. Okay, so it doesn't matter. So I wonder if you're going to have to beat it on UVH7 to start unlocking the Mayhem level. Working mostly, I have to go in early today, so I'm actually seeing you live before I go. Mel, it's so nice to see you. I miss you all the time. Lots and lots. On that tiny base traffic system for Bloom Reaper, or Subjugate Ball. you explained in the devcast, timers are a great way to wrap up the overall challenge and hit the also helps the random like
personal tip, avoid me.
Conquering higher mayhem levels grants access to rewards, so the risks are worth the struggle. For the challenge to end all challenges, there's one more hill to climb. Hardcore mode in takedown and hard on the base when activating hardcore adds tricky enemy traits. Similar to those in weekly wildcard missions. Okay, so I wonder if it's just a hardcore mode which is going to have modifiers. And if so, that is awesome. That is awesome. Everyone will have to restart even if one party member dies. Yeah, so it sounds like the hardcore mode adds modifiers, but we don't know if the normal mayhem levels add modifiers. Will Vault Hunters see if they make it through takedown?
You will need more than that to stop me!
Changes, but they never remember what everybody's complained about for game after game after game. Right, so I don't need to ask about the Mayhem UVH clash because that doesn't exist. But I do want to ask about what's going to be locked behind timer. Also, hi Abby. There are masochists on Reddit who wanted the mayhem levels to return. People are crazy. If you beat the previous year's fast, the mayhem level will override. Why? Nobody asked for this. Quite literally nobody asked for this.
I cannot quit yet. There is still money to be made.
Everything's going all right.
You are playing a great game.
Being really sick. Oh no! Oh no! I hope you start to feel better soon. I can see the argument for people who want the harder fuck mode but don't lock loot behind for the casual focus. Takedown is the best thing about it, then new Vault Hunter and nothing else beats me. Pasky's taking today off again. Oh shit. I did see that he wasn't very well yesterday. No thumbs or Pask. Right, looks like we're going to have to take you to... we're going to take you to... We'll take you to K6. Nah, I'm not saying. I'm going to go and see Liv. I'm going to go and see my delightful Copy and paste that raid message when we get to I am going to be back tomorrow with maybe some more raid. But yeah, till then. Until then, have a...
Okay.
Welcome, Raiders.
Raiders, alligators. Yo, welcome in J94 and Raiders. How's it going? How was your stream? What'd you get into? What'd you think of the updates, the trailers, all that fun stuff? Share the deets, my guy. Share the deets. Johnny Video Gamer, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you, dude. The Cyber Noir theme is perfect with how people are loving stuff right now. Yeah. Yeah, it looks really good. Game's trash. What was this clip? What was this clip? Wow. Come on, you can clip better than that. Come on, you can clip better than that. You didn't even get the whole thing. You didn't even get the whole thing. Come on now. Alright. Hold on, let me York it again. Oh. Too hard. Right out. No, that was covered. Okay. Okay, so you have a couple reservations, otherwise it looks pretty cool. Yeah, hit me with your reservations, so I might have the same shared reservations. My thing is like the whole what's up with the mayhem levels, and then there's the whole team wipe thing, which the team wipe thing sounds like that's completely optional. It sounds like they're just adding the mayhem levels as an optional thing for the people that are like, this game's not hard enough. And then those people aren't going to play anyhow. They're going to go play Borderlands 2 with a bunch of mods turned on, so they'll feel like Borderlands 3. I get it, you know? You gotta do what you gotta do to, like, convince yourself that, you know, certain games are perfect. Or whatever, you know, or whatever. Alright, so now we're at the Mole's Gambit. Difficult to do on mobile. Have you tried to move 0.1 second? Oh yeah, no, I totally get it. I totally get it. I tried to do this on mobile. It's like her 3 action skills are ripped.
Gotta start adding locations to the invites.
A throwing star and some fucking robot snake, yeah. The trouser snake, dude. Did I notice that? That was a trouser snake. That was me when I saw her with a mouse. I was like, oh my god, my trouser snake. Bro, why have they brought Mayhem back? Well, they said that that's an optional thing for people that want to increase the difficulty in the takedown. That's what I understood. I don't know that that's how it is, but that's what it sounded like to me. At least, I don't know. Don't forget to crank it to Maya. Ugh. Okay, let me find some dust. Hold on. All right, Maya, you're in this bag.
I don't necessarily think I'm
What's true mode for then? To make the game tougher, and then you can do Mayhem and make it tougher. I don't know, dude. I have no idea, man. Cyborg Crusher. Ooh, good job, you own Cyborg Crusher. Alright, so the Mole's Gambit, what are we doing here? This one, we're pulling down the beacon. Go right over there. First one here. Yep. Okay. Do I break them or? Yeah, I break them. Okay. True difficulty is 4-player difficulty. Yep, and then you can stack on additional difficulty on top of it. That's what it sounds like. Hey, listen, it's clearly it's lazy data mode is what it is. They're like, you see lazy like everything, nothing, everything. Yeah, good you are. I already missed one somehow. I got this. Yeah, I already got that one. Shit, I already forgot where the last one's at. Oh, right here. Found it. Got it. Oh yeah, also higher chance for chests and rewards too. Yeah, that's what it sounded like. You really hoping there's nothing locked behind the mayhem levels? Yeah, it just sounds like chests. That's what it sounded like to me. Especially the fact the mayhem levels are locked behind timers too. Yeah. Yeah, when they said timers, we're coming back. Like I could almost hear chat all collectively going. Yeah, then they were like, it's a way for us to add challenge for our players. And I'm like, oh man, it's a bummer we never had challenge before until they added timers. Still say mayhem in Borderlands 3 should have been unlimited. Every level past 11 just added % more health damage. I'd have been alright with that. Of course, they did that with Chaos Chambers, but they kind of got a little carried away, I think. Alright, what am I doing now? Over there. Okay. Funny how we got another new roadmap though. That's what, roadmap 6. Well, this is. I look at it this way. Ooh, cool again, huh? That's the grenade one, isn't it? Yeah. I look at it this way. Each new roadmap is like a zoom in of the current time period. You know what I'm saying? Like what they showed on this roadmap was down to just what's left. They removed all the previous stuff. Now it's just like, okay, now we just focus on the things that are remaining. You know what I mean? That was how I looked at it, at least. Oh look, I could have just gone out the back door, huh? You guys like to go out the back door? Oh man, we can make this. We can make this. We can make this. Bro, look at us. Professional flyers. Bro, I'm seriously having fun with the Soul Survivor. What the hell happened? Gearbox, what have you done to me? Have I suffered a head injury and I don't know about it yet? Why am I using the Soul Survivor of all things? Okay. Yeah. That's not a pearlescent. Okay, what are we doing here? Is that supposed to... Does it only count if I come in through this door or something? What's going on here? Whoop. Okay. See if I can remember what all these things are. There's one. Nope. It's your mom. Porch pirate? Bro, I'm not a porch pirate. Good. Where is this other one at? Oh, dude. I can never remember where it's at. Hold on, man. It's like it's this thing. Aha! I remember now. 5 got bounty packs, 2 raids, 2 story packs is not a little amount. Dude, when all said and done, we're gonna have a fair bit of stuff. And hopefully everything will be balanced well and fun and replayable, and hopefully they do some discounts and maybe some free weekends and stuff to get people enticed, you know? Balls on the ground, but the optimism, listen. If we go back in time and we look at Borderlands 2 and Borderlands 3 at launch and then where they ended up, like, it's taken longer for Borderlands 4, but it's getting there. There's some things about Borderlands 4 that is in advance of Borderlands 3, like balancing. For the most part, balancing in this game is a lot better than it was in Borderlands 3 by this point.
So literally nobody came to my housewarming party?
You are playing a rigged game.
We got Soul Survivor. He's not dead yet. Okay, where's this thing at? Now there's more enemies? Why? Okay. Where's this dumbass thing at? Ah, found it. Whew. No sarcasm, Borderlands 4 is good, but it still needs a lot of TLC because Gearbox forgot about in-game activities. It can still get there, to your point, yes. Okay. Was Borderlands 2 longer to get to where it was before? It took 3 years for Borderlands 2 to get all the updates that it needed. There was the Anthem collection released for Borderlands 2 that didn't got me. I mean, it was already a good game. Don't get me wrong, it was already a good game. Before anybody starts freaking out, oh, P66 boys. But it was 3% dedicated drop rates, guys. Have you guys ever tried to farm something with a 3% dedicated drop rate? That shit was not fun. When they released the Handsome Collection 3 years after launch of Borderlands 2, that's when it got good. We had a ton of people start playing at that point. There was a lot of people who prefer Borderlands 2 over all the other games who didn't even start playing Borderlands 2 until 3 years after it was out. You guys gotta remember that too. There's probably some of you guys in here who didn't play Borderlands 2 until after the Handsome Collection came out. And that's absolutely fine. It's awesome that you found the game and fell in love with it. Scarlet DLC was huge for Borderlands 2. Bring back Borderlands 1 drops. You mean just all world drops? I think Borderlands 4 has kind of done like the best of both worlds. It's not perfect, but like they gave us some of that Borderlands 1 feel, like very rare world drops, very rare pearls, for the most part. And you can actually dedicated farm like you could on Borderlands 2 and Borderlands 3. You couldn't really do very much on Borderlands 1. if you knew nothing about Borderlands and you picked up Borderlands 2 right now, it'd still feel like a great game. Yeah, the 24-hour lockout on boss timers was annoying as hell. Glad they figured that out.
In my sights. Remember to smile. Kept yourself wide open.
Oh shoot. Missed that throw. Missed that throw. He nuked himself. Smashing pumpkins. Be a cool place for a red chest. All right, let's get our zipper. Oh boy. Who's excited to get the zipper to drop, chat?
All I need.
Can't wait. Oh, wait, I need to get something back there. Pick up the ball, boom or something. Let's go through the door too soon. Let's go through the door too soon. Right? Maybe? Yeah. Yep. Too fast. You guys want to undo my zipper? Wait, what's that? What? Neat. Where the hell is he? Oh, there he is. Should have killed him while he was up there. Go back up there. I don't blame you.
Don't laugh at me.
Yeah. Those first runs that were on. I don't want it. Oh. Okay, so can I save quit at this point and keep farming him, or do I have to talk to Levain? Zip means penis in Arabic. Nice. Nice. If you drop the gun after you pick it up, you can fit your zippers down. Oh, I like the way you think. I'm gonna do that. Wait, where the fork am I?
Was the second best choice they ever made.
Guys, hold on. Did we just find a free coach farm? Hold up. Chat, hold up. Chat. Hold your phones, chat. This might be the most accidental, amazing discovery of my life. Bro! All right. Guys, if you are looking for an easy, free way to farm for pearlescence, legendaries, firmware, everything else, at the end of the Mole's Gambit mission, which is part of the Electi missions, when you would fight Wilhelm, you beat him, you have a red chest that spawns after you kill Wilhelm, or Willem, After you kill Willem, you get a red chest that spawns, then you can go out this door, and there's a save station right here. It's located here on your map. Right there, it's the active checkpoint at the end of this mission. And we're at the point now where it's wanting us to go back and talk to Levain. But I was like, you know what? Let me save quit and see if I can just go farm Leader Willem again. And what happened was, I went back into the game and I turned around looking for the portal to like teleport back in there. And instead, I discovered that red chest just respawns there every single time. So if you want a free red chest, this thing is here. And theoretically, we should be able to get pearlescence and everything out of there. And if you want, you could even switch just your ultimate level. Maybe? I don't know. This might not work. Let's find out. This might break it, actually. We might have to save quit each time. I'm not sure. Oh, yep. You can change your ultimate level. And there we go. We got another legendary just like that. And it's the Wind Rider. Wow. With gun damage. No. Okay, well, there's proof for you that you can get some good stuff out of this chest. Just a short, quick video for you guys. I'll post this up probably without much editing at all because that's crazy. I want people to know about this chest as soon as possible. So again, you have to do the Electi missions, which are in Carcadia. It's located at the Carcadia main hub. So you'll see the first mission will be enter the Electi. You have to go through those series of missions. It is an annoying series of missions, trust me, but at the end you have a free chest farm if you want to use it. So I hope this guide helps you. If it does, hit the like button, hit subscribe, hit the bell icon for more, and I will see you guys in the next video. Take care. All right, what am I listening to? Well, I'm just you clipped it. Thank you. I'm gonna check this for a bit because you know why? I want to pearlescent. I want some, what is it? Naked extra crispy chicken wings? Yeah, fuck it, bring it. Put the Wind Rider on? I need to put a...
I don't know you, and I don't like
Wait, did it have foreign gloom? I didn't realize it had foreign gloom. I didn't even have to read it. Oh my god, wow. Oh shit. Yeah, I could have gotten 5 in gloom. That would have been nuts, but that does put us to an absurd amount of gloom. Almost perfect. Perfect enough for me. We got a no prize from, well, oh wait, I already did that, didn't I? I already did that. Never mind, let me clear those off. Boop, pop. Unskinny, pop, 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 pop. Some of y'all know that song. One of the dumbest songs I've ever heard, honestly. Wonder how the new Vault Hunter will compare to Cash. Dude, she looks amazing. I imagine they're gonna make her a badass. I imagine she's gonna be like really good because they want to sell DLCs, right? I think Cash has probably helped himself in DLCs because Cash is fucking amazing. I need to get like a, for the thumbnail purpose, I need to get like a pearl, huh? You haven't listened to Poison in ages? Yeah. Hang on one second. waiting for something to get her, yeah, dude, we're so ready. We were already ready, I think. I think we were already ready, but... Now we're 110% ready. There you go. I cannot believe this chest hasn't derped out. A lot of times when you do save quits, the chest will derp out on you. You guys seen that before? Where it'll just be like it's open and then you got no choice. Yeah, got that Wind Rider and got it while recording the video. That was freaking crazy. Come on, man, we need a pearl, dude. You think Loveless's robot trouser snake will have a name? I'm gonna call him Dirt. I'm gonna call him Johnny Sins. No, for no particular reason. Dirt Diggler, yes, exactly. He dropped the Wind Rider. That's one of the vault boxes. There we go. No, got it. Yeah, got it. Man, you could give me a pearlescent book. Imagine if this was like a 2 red chest room, that'd be even better. Long Dong Silver. Amazing. Me and my mini tripod. If you don't see a pearl or legendary icon pop up on the map as soon as you pop the chest, then you know you don't have a pearl or legendary. I don't know if you guys know that pro tip from Phoenix University for you there. Pearls and legendaries foreign free and the rifts on Ellie's DLC today. Yeah, I might be better off farming those to get to them. This chest, we could be here forever, and then the first thing we get is a fucking Gomi or Constable, and then I guess we do like the Ellie DLC and just hit riffs for a bit. Riffs is way faster, yeah. Nightmare riffs, Wildcats, or... I would really like to get 1 pearl from this chest, though. What's up, Kodax? How you doing? This bitch is vomit pearls. I do like some good vomit. Oh, wait, what? Alright. I might not even put that video out, but I mean that's a fucking free chest, you know? We do need to get our zipper first. Let's get our zipper and then hold on, what else do we need? We still need the things from the top. Oh, we still need to get our pacemaker from Horus. We need the Star Helix from Primordial Timekeeper, the Screwstonian Pearlescent, and the Zipper. So Zipper, then pacemaker. Let's do it. Get some of these annoying ones out of the way. Over here. Or getting back. Okay. Specialization point. We're gonna go all the way back over here. Fastest way is to go out the back door. Bro. How you doing, bro? Just a shortcut over this way. Go. I remembered something. Well, we gotta stop for a riff. One of Janone's pizzas in here. It's not. Bro, where'd you go? Bro, you good? You good, bro? This build is Cuckoo Cocoa Puffs. Shot. Oh, well, I hit him. Or her. I hit them. All right, neat. Everybody dead? Groovy. What do we got? Don't really want that. Still looking for a good dataless, what is it called? Thingamajiggy, you know what I'm talking about? Yep, exactly. Enhancement. Wait. Start ringing. Thank you. We'll stop for Iridium. We'll break for Iridium. All right, where's he at? This way. Yep, hybrid of Gimpacalypse and Lazy's builds. Little hint of Stony in there. And I think, I don't know if any of you guys had told me to do this, the trick shot, because I wanted to have that in there. But it's a combination of a little bit of this, a little bit of that. A little column A, a little column B.
There's my second favorite exterminator. I've got a live one for you. You can turn into a dead one.
You told me about trick shot. I used trick shot before you told me about it.
Do you know what happened to her?
I was using trick shot
You
before.
haven't heard about her family yet?
Are you talking about from your message to me like this morning or last night?
Probably a lost.
Hey, you should make YouTube videos, dude. You also don't want to do YouTube? Me either. Is my chest still here? It's already open. Okay, let's go.
Vault Hunter.
You know, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, well, it takes like 2 seconds to kill this guy. It takes like 2 seconds to kill any boss. But it was a free chest, so it's like kind of hard to argue with that. Zipper. Nope. Oh. Apparently I killed it. I've overused the chest. It's gone now. I broke it. I borked that chest. It's the Bork report. It's back. Oh. Yay, zipper. And a fire pot that I can't use. Womp womp. Cool. All right, well, that's all we needed from here was the zipper, so we're done with that. Okay, zipper. We gotta put that guy on. Surely that's gonna shred the hell out of the entire universe. Neat. Okay, let's go over here real quick. Gotta put firmware on stuff. All right, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'm gonna run a 1 minute ad real quick and hit the bathroom. Be right back, guys.
You're welcome. Whatever it is, good call on a restock.
We'll get there to your point, yes.
Oh, my camera's not there. Damn it.
Smashing pumpkins. Be a cool place for a red chest. All right, let's get our zipper. Oh boy.
Can you hear me?
Who's excited to get the zipper to drop, chat? Whee! Now it still feel like a great game. It was the Handsome Collection. This game is a lot better than it was in Borderlands 3 by this point. We got Soul Survivor.
How do I take your order? Trick question. I don't take orders. You're a discerning one. Setting off that chaff. Admirable.
I love counting the little bugs.
going to take it from the top. I am trying to drive! idea. Come. Big money! Big money! You played a losing hand.
sarcasm. Borderlands 4 is good, but it still needs a lot of TLC because Gearbox forgot about in-game activities. It can still get there to the point. Okay. Oh, wasn't Borderlands 2 longer to get to where it was before? It took 3 years for Borderlands 2 to get all the updates. There was a handful collection released for Borderlands 2. I mean, it was already a good game. Don't get me wrong, it was already a good game. Before anybody starts freaking out, oh, 266 Borderlands. But it was 3% dedicated drop rates, guys. Have you guys ever tried to farm something with a 3% dedicated drop rate? That shit was not fun. When they released the Handsome Collection 3 years after launch of Borderlands 2, that's when it got good. We had a ton of people start playing at that point. There was a lot of people who prefer Borderlands 2 over all the other games who didn't even start playing Borderlands 2 until 3 years after it was out. You guys got to remember that too. There's probably some of you guys in here who didn't play Borderlands 2 until after the Handsome Collection came out. And that's absolutely fine. It's awesome that you found the game and fell in love with it. Scarlet DLC was huge for Borderlands 2. Bring back Borderlands 1 drops. You mean just all world drops? I think Borderlands 4 is kind of done like the best of both worlds. It's not perfect, but like they gave some of that Borderlands 1 feel, like very rare world drops, very rare pearls, for the most part, and you can actually dedicated farm like you could on Borderlands 2 and Borderlands 3. Which you couldn't really do very much on Borderlands 1. Borderlands 2 feels so dated now. It's still a great game. Like if you knew nothing about Borderlands and you picked up Borderlands 2 right now, it'd still feel like a great game. Yeah, the 24-hour lockout on boss timers was annoying as hell.
You ask me now, what's the epitome of opulence? Frozen yogurt.
Where is this guy? Oh. Found him. Oh, shoot. Missed that throw. Missed that throw.
Dog was nothing but a dog, and they deserved to be put down.
Smashing pumpkins.
Charge for autographs.
Be a cool place for a red chest. All right, let's get our zipper. Oh boy. Who's excited to get the zipper to drop, chat? Whee! I can't wait. Zipper, 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 zipper. Oh wait, did I need to get something back here? So I'm supposed to pick up the ball of doom or something? Or did I just go through the door too soon? Just went through the door too soon, right? Maybe? Yeah, I did. Yep. too fast. You guys want to undo my zipper? Wait, what's that? What? Neat. Where the hell is he? Oh, there he is. I should have killed him while he was up there. Oh, you go back up there? I don't blame you. Poor guy. No first run zipper, huh? Got reload speed on that. I don't wanna. Oh. Okay, so can I save quit at this point and keep farming him, or do I have to talk to Levain? Zip means penis in Arabic. Nice. Nice. If you drop the gun after you pick it up, you can say your zipper is down. Oh, I like the way you think. I'm gonna do that. Wait, where the fork am I? Oh, guys, hold on. Did we just find a free chest farm? Hold up, chat. Hold up, chat. Hold up. hold your phones, chat. This might be the most accidental, amazing discovery of my life.
to some of these synths to make them so, well, vile. But some are way worse than others. This one's the top of the heap. Maybe put them underneath it. Discerning one. Setting up that chaff.
Either jealous, bad people, or stupid. But one of those critics is the man that the president refers to as the great Mark Levin, who wrote on X, in my view, if the MOU is not drastically altered during the 60-day negotiation period, a forever war, a continuation of Iran's war in the West, is not in doubt. Again, during the next 60 days, this MOU requires serious changes, if not outright abandonment. I mean, this could be a real roll of the dice for the president politically, and J.D. Vance, as he is heading this up. 60 days to negotiate a deal with a nation that is infamously duplicitous.
Well, I mean, let me just take two different things, John. First of all, this is a great opportunity for J.D. Vance, and I know the president made a joke that if it didn't work out, he'd blame J.D., but at the same time, he's showing the world that he trusts J.D. Vance to sort of guide this deal moving forward. No one really believes that Trump's not the ultimate decision maker, but it's a great opportunity for him leading into 2028. As far as the immediate concern, I mean, it turns out that Americans care more about $5 gasoline than they do staying in a war with Iran. I mean, and that is an unpleasant thing for some people out there to live with, but it's true. In the politics of $5 gas and a continuation of sitting in the Strait of Hormuz is something that is not palatable to the administration. So what did they do? And I think you had in your first hour a great summary of J.D. Vance's comments, which is, this is a 60-day trial run. That's the way people need to look at this. We have a ceasefire, we have an open strait, and we've got a 60-day test run here to see, as J.D. put it, on the dial as to how many nuclear concessions Iran is willing to make and how many sanctions are we willing to relieve. So that's what this is. It's a 60-day retreat here, which I would say, by the way, potentially will lower gas prices up until the midterm. If it doesn't work out, we're going to be back at first base, according to both J.D. Vance and President Trump.
You mentioned the joke that the president made yesterday.
If it works out, I'm going to take the credit. If it doesn't work out, I'm blaming JD. You better be careful, JD. He's going to turn his plane around and get the hell out of here.
It was a joke, but you're playing this as a 60-day retreat. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on J.D. Vance to come up with a deal here with Iran, because everything that the president set out to do is this major military engagement.
Well, I think on one hand you're correct, but on the other hand, do we really believe that if things are going south here, that the president is not going to blast Iran through social posts? I don't think he's going to wait around for other people around him to take a leadership position over what's going on and not going on. He's going to own it. I think he's going to drive. He's going to left lead up in the top and President can drive it. I don't see your to decide what.
But do you really think the 60 days was very time, and then it's only 60 days from there, is it going to really believe the president's going to get all into the military engagement?
No, I don't. I think that we'll go 60 days to September. Then you'll have serious negotiations. Then you'll do a blockade, and then it'll be the middle of a cold. This thing's going to drag out, is my opinion. But there's going to be an opportunity to get this done, and if a nuclear Iran, I think that that's a chance to get this done.
All right. So let's see if it's possible. We'll have a lot to chew on.
Well, what are the critics on? What are their plans? That's another question.
That was true. They don't have anything. That's not right. I guess. Okay.
All right, let's go ahead. Illegal migrants allegedly
Plus, Democrat Senator Adam Schiff joins the left war on the gas pipe party. We distribute Elon Musk. Oh, coming up next.
A system that allows someone to accumulate that kind of wealth, the wealth of 1,000 billionaires in a single person, while at the same time, countless and millions of American families can't afford health care. There's something broken about that system.
Still considering gold but not sure which company to choose? I made my first purchase with Lear Capital, and my gold investment is up over 144%, and silver up 263%. Why do I buy from Lear? Trust and experience. They have over $3 billion in trusted transactions, thousands of five-star reviews, You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. Give them a call today. You'll be glad you did.
Call 800-885-6000.
You're gonna be driving down the road and God forbid something happens to your engine or your transmission. Now you gotta figure out how to tow the car, where to tow it to, how much it's gonna cost. Whereas you have a company like CarShield back you and you make a phone call, and everything's taken care of.
I'm here today with real-life mechanics who are here to set the record straight on why auto repairs have gotten so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. I think what everyone wants to know is why repairs have gotten so expensive.
These cars have so many computers. When I started in this business 40 years ago, it was very simple. So that's one of the biggest reasons where everything is just skyrocketed.
So can you walk us through a little bit on like a car breakdown? What happens on the customer side and what you see?
Every day at our shop, there's people that just come in bawling their eyes out because their car's warranty just ran out and they got all these new expenses now that they have to pay for. We see it happen all the time. We just had one recently come in at 30-some-odd thousand miles, tow the car back to the dealership, thinking it's
No sarcasm, Borderlands 4 is good, but it still needs a lot of TLC because Gearbox forgot about in-game activities. It can still get there to your point, yes. Okay. Wasn't Borderlands 2 longer to get to where it was before? It took 3 years for Borderlands 2 to get all the updates that it needed. It was the Handsome Collection release where Borderlands 2 became godly. I mean, it was already a good game. Don't get me wrong, it was already a good game. Borderlands 2 until 3 years after it was out. That's when it got Full Survivor. Whew. No sarcasm, Borderlands 4 is good, but it still needs a lot of TLC because Gearbox forgot about in-game activities. It can still get there to your point, yes. Okay. Wasn't Borderlands 2 longer to get to where it was before? It took 3 years for Borderlands 2 to get all the updates that it needed. It was the Handsome Collection release where Borderlands 2 became godly. I mean, it was already... already a good game. Don't get me wrong, it was already a good game. Before anybody starts freaking out, oh, K66 boys. But it was 3% dedicated.
taxes next week. Thousands of people each year fall victim to these tax traps. Same here.
All right, Connor, thanks for that. Connor, thank you. John?
A red wave of socialism, Sandra, on the march across America, and New York's Zoran Mamdani is leading the charge to reshape the Democratic Party. We'll talk to Mark King.
Looking forward to that. Plus, the U.S. deal ties with Iran drawing mixed reviews in Congress. Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy says this case like
Pharmacy orders on the way for Homer, the homebody who only goes outside when nature calls. So Mom uses Chewy to get his fleet of chickens at a great price, delivered fast, right to their door. For quality meds, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
I'm William Devane. Do you know why I like the sound of gold? I like it because it provides a feeling of safety. Gold is a tangible asset that helps preserve my wealth. You know what other sound I like? Rosalind Capital. Rosalind Capital is a trusted leader in helping people acquire precious metals. Gold bullion, Lady Liberty gold and silver proofs, and premium coins can help you preserve your wealth. Call Rosalind Capital to receive your free Rosalind Guide to Gold, Gold and Precious Metals IRA, and silver brochure. With Rosalind, there are no gimmicks, no hassles, and they have fast, reliable shipping. Gold is money. Make gold your new standard.
Call Rosalind Capital today at 800-630-8900. That's 800-630-8900.
Some of you guys in here.
It's important to not work compromising. That's why we're quality
I always thought that I was too young to be a music. But as I got older, my body just felt out of rhythm. I didn't realize that my heart health and my digestive health were connected. My doctor was pleased to look at my cholesterol levels. He literally pumped his fist in the air and went, yes! I feel good knowing that I can feel my heart and my digestive. It's like I'm a different person when I put my boots on.
Digestive health starts here.
Some of that Borderlands 1 feels very world drops.
Well, look no further. Back with all new episodes.
cusp of a major breakthrough in the agreement, and then all of a sudden there's a major explosion that goes off in a civilian population center in Beirut, and a lot of people who have nothing to do with Hezbollah lose their lives. That's not acceptable.
Vance saying that he will be leading the U.S. negotiations team, though it's unclear exactly when he will be swiftly engaging. Reacting to the memorandum of agreement for the first time today, in a series of messages on X, the Ayatollah said President Trump wanted to bring about a deal out of, quote, desperation. The Ayatollah also said that the Iranians wouldn't bow to excessive American demands and that in-person negotiations would be positions. As part of the deal, the U.S. has agreed to help establish a $1 billion development fund for Iran. The money will likely come from both states, and the administration stresses that no American money will be used. Significant negotiations will also focus on Iran's nuclear program, and while ship traffic is returning to the spirit of this agreement, the U.S. is lifting the naval blockade on Iran. Passage of vessels that must not charge ships for 60 days. According to the Vice President, that 60-day negotiations period has begun today. It's still unclear, though, when the U.S. negotiations team will meet with their Iranian counterparts in Switzerland.
Let's bring in Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy and member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Sir, welcome to you. Welcome back to the program. So,
well, nobody's been a bigger Iranian hawk than me, but I think we ought to give peace a chance. I've listened to all the speculation all week. Why didn't it say this? Why did it say that? This is going to happen. This is going to happen. That's not going to happen. It's not so much speculation. We all have to it's 60 days. Here's what we know. For 60 days, the trade is going to go for 60 days, Iran can sell oil. Iran has promised that it's going to get rid of all of its fissile material, get rid of all of its set up an expensive protocol so we can double check. And Iran is not going to get any money or any relief until they agree to do that. And the president said last night, he said he's on a government country, biggest damage. I get the feeling in 60 days, if they don't, if they're catching me around, then I'm going to bomb them again. The other thing we know today is that Iran's a hurting puppy. I mean, Iran is immeasurably weaker than they were a year ago. That's countries held together with duct tape and spit. We can go back in any time we want to. Now, final point: do I trust Iran? No. And I've said this in another context. I trust Iran like I trust gas station sushi, but it's only 60 days, and I think we ought to give peace a chance.
Okay, Senator. This was more from the Vice President when he spoke earlier today on his hope that Iran will indeed hold up their end of the deal.
They certainly recognize that the United States has great leverage. Will that ultimately lead to a change in behavior? I don't know. I've seen skeptics of the deal. People say the Iranians will never change their behavior. Well, maybe that's true, and if so, they don't get any of the benefits of the bargain. But isn't it worth trying?
It sounds like you two align here and give peace a chance. That being said, there are some questions over the 60-day period. What happens in that 60-day period? Case in point, President Trump that continues, but how do you enforce that? J.D. Vance took a question on that as well.
International waterways should be free flow, and that's been our position. That's what you see, of course, in the 60 days of the MOU. The MOU contemplates that the Omanis, the Iranians, and the Gulf Coast Coalition together will figure out a proper security framework for the Straits in the future. And what I mean by that is that we don't ever want this to happen again. That's about ensuring that the Straits are never used as a choke point for the global economy ever again.
I know this is something you watch closely, Senator, so what do you think about that?
Well, I think the Vice President is right.
As evidence, I would point you to Iran itself. There are whole swaths of Iran that look like the aftermath of a bar brawl. They look like something out of Mad Max 4. I mean it. That country is held together with spit and baling wire. They're on their knees. That didn't just happen. It happened because of Israeli and American bombs. And the president said last night, if they're jacking us around, I'm going back in and bombing again. Now, I think it's very important that if they do jack us around and they try to impose tolls, that the president do what he said he did. He's going to go back and go back in. And maybe this time we'll get some help from our friends in Europe that we've protected since God was invaded with American taxpayer dollars. But when we needed their help to stop the Iranian threat, you couldn't have found them with a search bar. You couldn't have found them on Google. Now, they say now they want to help. So if Iran doesn't come through, we go and we have to start the campaign again, maybe they'll actually help us this time and learn how to fight for a change.
Senator, you always offer us a very unique perspective. Thank you so much for joining us today with your thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
All right, John.
60-day-old gas station sushi. Nothing like it. Socialist Mayor Zoran Mamdani flexing his political muscle today, taking his movement national as his progressive takeover threatens to tear the Democratic Party apart. That's coming up next with Mark Penn.
Itch, scratch, must not itch.
Stop the itch sanity with Cortisone 10 for bug bites, poison ivy, and other itches. It works fast and lasts for hours. Cortisone 10. And for itch relief that cools on contact, try our new bug bite relief stick today.
Eddie's, we know whether you grill with charcoal, gas, pellet, or griddle. We've got the perfect grill for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. With free assembly and delivery of your new grill, along with all the sauces, rubs, and grilling extras. Around the block, what you need in stock. With service so good, it's guaranteed. This weekend, buy a 5-gallon bucket and get 20% off almost anything that fits inside.
Your sisters are running early.
Early? This headache.
We've got an hour. Try Painquil, the max strength liquid pain reliever that starts working fast. Painquil creates pain strength 10 pounds active in fight pain fast. Medicine, also liquid gas.
I believe those who are curious to the world as Vikings, they've always been curious. Quite a bit. For over 25 years, one Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
Forget the warm-up. DirecTV got hot. They're on fire with more MLB games than anyone.
Welcome to the big leagues, kid.
How old are you?
11.
Okay, you got this. It's just a laxative. How scary could it be? You can do hard things.
Honey, relax. It's Miralax. It works with the water in your body to hydrate and soften for gentle relief.
I look at it this way. Each new
Relax. It's Miralax.
roadmap
Healthy
is
aging
like a
support
zoom
starts
in
new
of
with
the
the
current
innovative
time
nitric
period.
oxide science
You know what I'm
pioneered
saying?
by
Like,
Kennedy, supporting
what
your
they showed
body
on this
from the heart out
roadmap
through
was
circulation,
down to
blood
just what's
flow,
left.
blood
They
pressure,
removed
and
all the
energy.
previous
Results
stuff.
you can feel,
Now it's
science
just
you
like,
can
okay, now we
trust.
just
Get
focus
started
on
today
things
at
that are
human.com.
It won't be
You know what
hard
I
to
mean?
find someone to fix this.
That's how I
But
look at
before I
it.
started
I look
Angie's
at it this
List,
way.
different
Each
story. A lot has
new,
changed for us at Angie since
roadmap
then,
is
but
like
the
a
issues
zoom
facing
in
homeowners
of
are the
current
same.
time
And the
period.
solution too,
You know
skilled
what I'm saying?
local pros.
Angie, the one you trust to find the ones you trust.
Blue Compass RV is celebrating America's 250th. During our Red, White, and Blue Compass event, shop thousands of used RVs starting under $10,000. Plus, we pay top dollar for trade. All this and more. Hurry to Blue Compass RV.
This spice pork is so good. I have the food.
You're welcome. Whatever it is.
This food is so good. I bet you bring the text.
Yeah, well, this steak's so good, I'll definitely be going back for more.
Good one, babe. Really funny.
Tomorrow on Fox. After their dominant win in LA, Christian Pulisic and the U.S. kick off the day's World Cup action. Stars and Stripes take on Australia. USA, Australia, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox.
Go ahead. Crank the volume. We got you. USPS has increased daily package processing capacity by 46% in the past 5 years. And with USPS Ground Advantage, your packages stay in our secure network, dock to door, nationwide. For full visibility, near real-time tracking, affordable pricing, for peace of mind. USPS Ground Advantage.
A new front in the Democrats' war on success, with California Senator Adam Schiff releasing a video imagining ways to redistribute Elon Musk's trillion-dollar fortune.
What would $1 trillion pay for? Well, $1 trillion, if we decided to distribute that equally among American households, your household would get $7,500. It would also pay for the complete four-year college education of 7.7 million American students. You could take 4.3 million kids and raise them from birth until 18, pay for everything they need during those 18 years.
Okay, so Musk became the world's first trillionaire last week after the SpaceX company he founded in 2002 went public. Schiff called his wealth a product of a corrupt system.
Bernie Sanders and New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani set to boost a new wave of far-left congressional candidates later on today, as Mamdani reportedly looks to expand his influence beyond New York and help reshape the entire Democratic Party in his image. Let's bring in Mark Penn, Stagwell CEO and former Clinton advisor. Mark, great to be with you. From your perspective, how real is this red tide rising?
Oh, I think it's definitely real. I think you're seeing the Democratic Socialists of America, the DSA, which has an extreme platform of open borders, defund the police, get rid of private property, win election after election, starting in the cities, sponsoring more and more congressional candidates, and being welcomed by a Democratic Party that is being dragged into a position that is way out of the mainstream.
Yeah, you mentioned the far left platform of the Democratic Socialists of America and others of their ilk. Here's what they stand for: defund the police, nationalizing housing, nationalized health care, drug legalization, open borders, and amnesty for undocumented immigrants. Other than nationalized health care, that is light years away from Bill Clinton's administration or even Barack Obama.
Well, it's light years away from what most Americans think. And so part of the problem that we've got is that the voters are voting on personality, social media, antagonism towards the other party. They don't support these policies by and large. Even within the Democratic Party, the voters who are voting for these candidates, typically maybe even half of them, would actually support the policies that they're voting in. And so this seems to be a real kind of flaw within the system, and particularly what's happening in low turnout Democratic primaries that have now been scheduled in kind of off time with kind of 25 or 30% of the voters voting in those primaries for activists to play an outsized role. So yes, this party is sliding off way into the left. The question is that going to cost the Democratic Party, or is the far left going to win in America?
So the move toward socialism seems to be particularly attractive with younger voters who are either having a hard time making it in the world or really don't want to work that hard. But you say that they are enchanted by the siren song of the socialist movement. They don't even really know what it represents.
No, that's right. In recent polls, and the question is, are you for the capital system or the free or the socialist? So 35% said the socialist. Then I said, well, are you for free enterprise? Okay, or socialism, 10% more were now for free enterprise. Okay, which they said. Then I said, well, are you for to own their own home owned by the state? Well, that was 95%. So that says to me,
you know, we had Megan Haycock just clip from her from a year ago. She was talking about going on Dr. being one-off and candidates like that won't play in Michigan or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. But what about Abdul Fayed? Even the Midwest, Middle America, is not going to find a big deal.
Well, and that's a good question. What's going to happen when these candidates get to general elections in swing states? Will those candidates be able to get the Democratic Party across the finish line, or are they going to use the Democratic Party as a way to collapse? I think typically what happens is in the Democratic Party, the left movements grow and grow and grow, and then typically the voters reject it. The party gets put into the wilderness, and it comes back in the more centrist party. Are we going to do one of those elections, or are we going to break the party?
Well, you know, Avalanche again, starts rolling down the mountain. All indications. Mike Benson.
Thank you.
All right. So that wraps up Friday evening here on the And I'm John Roberts. Be sure to follow our social media accounts for all things America Reports. The Story with Martha starts right now. Hi, Martha.
Hi there, guys. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum, and breaking right now on The Story, we have a brand new statement from the Iran Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Mustafa Khamenei. He is the son of the leader for decades of Iran. He lost most of his family in the attack on February 28th. He is now responding to the deal, the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding that has been signed. He did this on state TV in a message. We have not seen or heard his voice since the start of Operation Epic Fury and the strikes that killed his father and some of his family, as I mentioned. He says in this statement, in part, quote, if the American side seeks to make excessive demands, Tehran will not submit to them. And in-person negotiations in the future will not mean acceptance of the enemy's position. Today is day one of the 60-day negotiation period with Tehran. Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of State and former CIA Director under President Trump, joins us in a moment. Let's first to Matt Gordon, reporting live from Dubai. Hi, Matt.
We have you on our side. Take this room.
Hey there, Martha. Well, this is the first reaction to the MOU that we've heard from Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah, both projecting Iranian unity and also defiance toward the United States, even as negotiators are set to meet in Switzerland. Here's one of those ex-posts here in Ayatollah Mustafa Khamenei's statement. He says, in the course of reaching this stage, the officials in charge, out of sincere concern and goodwill, made extensive efforts, and of course it was the American president who, out of desperation, used all kinds of leverage to bring this about. The Ayatollah goes on to say he held a different view on the Memorandum of Understanding, but signed off on it after Iran's president accepted responsibility for its outcome and said he wouldn't give in to excessive American demands. The Ayatollah also addressed the upcoming negotiations, saying that just because negotiators were meeting in person, it didn't mean that they would be accepting all of America's demands. Vice President J.D. Vance expected to lead that American delegation in Switzerland, though it's unclear at this point when exactly the Americans will be meeting their Iranian counterparts. Martha?
Yeah, thank you very much. Meantime, Vice President Vance wrapping up a press briefing at the White House just a short time ago, suggesting that progress with Iran, in his viewpoint, is being made.
The Iranians, for the second night in a row, did not shoot at any ships in the Strait of Hormuz so far. They are honoring their end of the commitment. So what this agreement does fundamentally is it requires Iran to behave like a normal country. And if it doesn't, as so many people think that it never will, then it doesn't get any of the economic benefits. And if they do, then that's a great thing for everybody.
With that, we bring in Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of State, former CIA Director under President Trump, and a Fox News contributor. Secretary Pompeo, good to have you with us today. Your reaction as we hear now from the Supreme Leader in the form of this statement. You heard what he said about the United States President and about his take on this deal. What's your reaction?
Well, Martha, it's great to be with you. I think it's interesting that now this is the first time we've actually heard from him. He's clearly feeling safer as a result of this, feeling like he can now move about the cabin like the old Southwest Airlines line. Second, it pretty clearly demonstrates that the Iranian regime is fractured and doesn't have a unitary position. Kind of handed it over to the president and said, but we're not going to do what you say anyway. So not clear to me that we have an agreement with the Iranian regime that matters most, the IRGC and its leaders. But I suppose only time will tell with respect to that, Martha.
Here's what Vice President Vance said about the key differences between this deal, this agreement of understanding, and the JCPOA under President Obama. Let's watch.
The Obama nuclear deal allowed enrichment. Ours will not. The Obama deal allowed the accumulation of stockpiled weapons-grade material. Ours is actually leading to the destruction of that stockpile of enriched material. So there are many differences. The Obama deal gave them over $1 billion of American money. This deal gives them $0 of American money.
So he also said that this creates a wall in Iran against the enrichment of uranium and nuclear weapons. Do you agree with that? And you've gone through this thing point by point. Explain to us your assessment of this deal. Is it a good deal or not?
Well, there's some things that Vice President said that I think are true. This is different than the JCPOA materially, largely because of the hard work that's been done by our military under President Trump. Right? We have decimated their economy, their military, and their capability, but we haven't eliminated it. There's also some things there that just don't make any sense to me. To somehow think that because they've written down on a piece of paper something they've promised for decades that they won't build a nuclear weapon, that's foolish at best. There's 3 M's, right? We now are going to say it's okay for them to have missiles. We're going to allow them to have money, and Vice President said no American money. You know, Martha, it doesn't matter if it's American money or not. They're not going to use it to build a healthcare system. The sanctions relief that we're about to provide them is going to give them billions of dollars, and they'll rebuild many of their programs. And so that's the second, and that's a mistake. And the third one is this idea that somehow there are Iranian moderates. There's no such thing. These are all radical Islamists. And so only time will tell how this agreement will play out and what really happens on the ground. But to think because the Iranians have signed a piece of paper saying that they won't procure a nuclear weapon, or that they'll leave the Strait of Hormuz open and won't use their continued leverage, their ability to put mines in the water in the Strait of Hormuz, that would be a mistake in the agreement to sort of decide that, well, that's okay, given all the work that we've done so far, and with all the leverage that we have as it sits today.
This is just a still shot from the president speaking yesterday in France, and behind him were Howard Lutnick and the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and there was a lot of response that Marco Rubio looked a bit glum watching over all of this. We've all seen sort of the Vance side of the equation and the Rubio side of the equation in foreign policy, and where they both stand. What's your reaction to sort of the demeanor of the Secretary of State yesterday, and that we haven't really heard from him about this?
Do I break them or?
Martha, having been in a lot of videos and people made statements about the looks on my face, I don't put a whole lot of stock in that necessarily. I do know that Secretary Rubio was very clear just a few weeks ago when he talked about their missile program, the Iranian missile program, as being a central feature of the effort that we were undertaking. The reason that we went to war was they were building up a conventional weapon system that could have protected what would have been an emerging nuclear weapons program. And so to the extent that somehow we now have decided that it's okay for the Iranians to have missiles, and somehow they will have access to the money to go rebuild that program, whether that's over the first 4 or 6 years, I don't think that's something that Secretary Rubio would consider to be okay.
So it's clear that the president wanted to shut the strait open. He has concerns, obviously, about the U.S. economy and the global economy. He talks about not wanting to be river-moving. How do you assess the decision that the president has made here, that this is the best course that obviously believes at this point in all of this? It doesn't say that we're not going to get more down the road.
Well, if we're actually prepared to go at it, to give a little bit of time to figure this out and see if the Iranians for after 40 years have changed their colors, which I think is exceedingly unlikely, but perhaps it's true. That seems fine to me. But you must really be serious about this. You must be willing to go take down the Iranian capability if it's a blocker. if you think they're going to believe the bluff, if you're going to extend these negotiations indefinitely, the Iranians will do, Martha, what we have seen the Iranians do. They've killed thousands of Americans. They will go right back at this. I've seen no indication that Iranian leadership, whether it's the Ayatollah himself or the IRGC, I've seen no indication that they all of a sudden don't believe that the great state in the United States of America has a right to exist. And so any agreement that you sign with them must be through force and power, not through thinking somehow, hopefully, beyond all hope, that somehow the Iranian regime is fundamentally going to change its ways without a regime that is fundamentally different than the one that was there before Epic Fury and before Midnight Hammer.
So President Trump had some very strong words for Bibi Netanyahu yesterday. He obviously is not happy with the action that Israel has taken in Lebanon. And the 1-2 punch came from the vice president today, J.D. Vance, in his statements. Here's what he had to say about Israel. Watch.
Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. The defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up.
What's your take on all that, sir?
I mean, it was already a good game. Don't get me wrong.
Well, Israel's biggest problem is, in fact, the Iranian regime. And it's an Iranian regime with missiles and money. And without the leverage that we have gained, right? Putting the Israeli people at risk. And when it comes to Lebanon, Lebanon is a sovereign nation. It is not a tool of the Iranian regime. That's what frankly, President Obama and President Biden allowed to happen. They let Hezbollah essentially be the governing force inside of Lebanon. Israel's not going to stand for missiles killing their people in the northern part of the country. They're going to do the necessary to protect themselves, and it is deeply in the United States' interest to support Israel in that effort.
I mean, obviously, oil prices have been a concern across the country. Gas prices heading into the summer. You know, does it make sense to you that the president would want to push the relief valve on some of this in the short term?
Absolutely. We all want American energy dominance and low energy prices for our manufacturers, for our families, so they can drive and go on their vacations. We absolutely all want lower energy prices. But to somehow think that you're going to kick this can down the road and this is going to be resolved because the Iranian regime is going to be fundamentally different, I think that's a mistake. So if this is for a moment, if this is for to get some relief so that we can rearm, retool, get some crude oil flowing, I wouldn't let the Iranians get a single nickel from their oil. I would make sure that the Strait of Hormuz was open. Remember, CENTCOM told us on, I think it was June 11th, that the Strait was open. We should get the Strait back open, get energy moving again across the world, get energy prices low here in America, but continue to put pressure on the Iranian regime. It is not impossible to do both of those at the same time. Indeed, President Trump has begun to do that.
Well, we've entered the period where Iran has an opportunity to prove whether or not they are a, quote, normal country. And as we've witnessed for a long time, we haven't seen that. But there's always the possibility that we may see something different. We'll see. Thank you very much, Secretary Pompeo. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you, Martha. Have a good afternoon.
You as well. 3 hour ahead here, Senator Tom Cotton joins me. Tommy Lahren, Paul Morrow, all when the story continues.
Did you know car repair costs went up more than 45% since 2020? All thanks to shortages, inflation, and material costs. Listen, if you want help saving money on expensive car repairs, you need CarShield. They've already helped customers save over $1 billion. Their nationwide coverage and low-cost plans are second to none. That's why I'm a customer. So when a breakdown happens, make sure you've made the right call to CarShield before that breakdown. Just listen to these happy drivers.
I have saved over $8,000 total.
When you have a CarShield plan, you don't just get coverage on repairs. As a valued CarShield member, you're treated to additional benefits like 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call for your free quote and lock in your rate now with our price lock guarantee. Call 800-952-7136.
If you had to pay thousands for a car repair right now, could you afford it? An engine replacement could cost up to $10,000. A transmission replacement could cost about $5,000.
With an affordable month-to-month plan from CarShield. You can get protection on this and up to 5,000 parts and systems. Call now to speak to a vehicle protection expert and get your free quote.
I trust CarShield because it works. Everything that they said they were going to do for me, they did. And that's all I need to know.
CarShield has been around for over 20 years. That's staying power. They're America's most trusted auto protection. That's reputation. They have saved drivers over $1 billion. That's a whole lot of happy drivers. Listen, make the smart move. You like to save money, right? Here's the easiest way to do that. CarShield. You could save thousands on car repairs. Do it now. Thank me later.
Join the millions of Americans who've saved thousands on car repairs thanks to
Call now and get your
free quote. Call 800-952-7136. 800-952-7136.
Real gamblers never quit.
These eyes.
These eyes? These eyes.
Statement.
Take it all in.
These eyes I got from my mom. I got from my mom. I got from my mom. Nail this? With the quality eye exam and 2 pairs of glasses at one
prefer Borderlands 2 over all the other games, who didn't even start playing Borderlands 2 until 3 years after it was out.
Her life was bigger than any
You
film.
guys gotta remember that
She
too.
knew
There's probably some
just
of
the
you guys
power
in
that
here
she had.
who
She
didn't
stood up
play
for her
Borderlands
friends with
2
quite a bit of
until
courage.
after
She
the
died a hero.
came out.
I don't think I'm reckless,
Absolutely
but
fine.
I am fearless.
It's awesome that you found the game and fell in love.
I never really believed people were born evil until I met Ted.
Scarlet DLC was huge.
Blood had
for
been
Borderlands
drained
2.
from the body.
Yeah, you ever committed murder?
Welcome to the great American
Taking an artistic.
I see your name at ease.
They are on fire.
Just level you.
Oil prices and ships in the Strait of Hormuz today as the United States and Iran sign this deal to reopen the waterway, the Strait of Hormuz. West Texas Intermediate crude is now trading at $76.82. Far cry from the mid-90s, where I think was the high. Lauren will tell us in just a moment. Gas dropped below $4 a gallon for the first time since March, down more than 50 cents from a month ago, according to AAA. Here's Vice President Vance at today's briefing.
Last night, 12.5 million barrels of oil into the Strait of Hormuz. That is a high since the beginning of the conflict. Oil prices are down nearly at their level from the pre-war conflict. Gas prices dropped below $4 a gallon today for the first time since the conflict. And importantly, they're going to keep falling further given how low oil prices are.
Fox Business anchor and correspondent Lauren Simonetti is here. She has been really our expert on following the traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. So what do we see in terms of what's different now?
It's moving in both directions. It's not just the number of vessels that are crossing, it's how they're crossing. First, earlier this week, we saw Iranian tankers cross, and they had their signals on. And then today, we saw 3 Saudi Arabian tankers flush with 6 million barrels of crude oil put their signals on, and for the first time in more than 2 months, put those signals on to cross the Strait of Hormuz.
So they're doing it in an open manner, as opposed to some of these ship-to-ship transfers that we saw and different ways of kind of sneaking it out. What about, oil that's going to Europe? It's all going everywhere.
So if you look at what's sitting in the Strait of Hormuz, in the Persian Gulf, it's been stranded in the Middle East since the war broke out. The number is there are 165 million barrels. 165 million. 93 million of those is non-Iranian crude. Kepler has estimated that they can start to exit the strait, clear it in between 10 and 15 days. The crews have been sitting there.
What do they eat it at? How are they surviving?
I've asked some of the owners that. They say, look, they're nervous. It's been difficult, but they are able to do it. They've been able to get by. But that's why some of these owners are so reluctant to get the ships back into the Gulf in the future. Empty vessels.
They're afraid it's going to shut down again.
Well,
we all know that the best answer is to find diversionary ways to get around the strait and to not have Iran have any control over this area. But it sounds like Iran's going to have the opportunity in a couple of months to potentially toll these ships as they go through. What are you hearing about that?
That's a possibility, and that might be negotiated as we start those negotiations today. Will Oman let them do that? And then listen to the comments that I have from Gulf nations just today. The UAE, we're moving toward having zero dependency on the Strait of Hormuz. Kuwait, we're going from 0.5 million barrels per day of Iranian production to 2 million next week. And Saudi Arabia is starting to move this cluster of empty vessels that they have near India back towards the Strait of Hormuz. So there's so much activity, but some of it is happening outside that area. From the Middle East Gulf coming to the U.S. Gulf. 75 ships heading to our...
I think that's what we all want to see. We don't want Iran to be able to shut down this waterway. And that's something everybody's going to watch really closely. But Vice President Vance said today that the Gulf states are happy because they see this deal as weakening Iran. Is that what you're hearing?
Yes, and that's why they're saying we're able to up this production, and that's why they're also saying we have more pipelines that we're building. We have more ways to get oil out that doesn't rely on the strait. So two things are happening at the same time.
Well, that's
we're
good news.
seeing 28 days straight of lower gas prices. It's still much more than it was this time last year, where you are now under $4 a gallon. And as all of this oil, we're talking 165 million barrels starts to hit the market, it's going to come down a lot.
Well, I think everybody involved does not want Iran to be able to shut the door on the Strait of Hormuz anytime they feel like it. Certainly, it's international waters. They have no right to do that. There are several countries that are on that waterway, so it's going to be really interesting to watch, which I know you will. Lauren, thank you very much. Always great to see you.
Everything else.
So, breaking right now in politics, Democratic Socialist Janice Lewis George has won the Democratic primary for the mayor's race in Washington, D.C. to succeed Muriel Bowser. She is the latest far-left candidate set to take over a major city in the United States. Tommy Lauren, Mary Catherine Ham, and Doug Stone on the big political story of 2026.
We're at the point now where it's wanting us to go back and talk to Levain, but I was like, you know what, let me stay put and see if I can just go.
I'm Rob Riggle, actor, comedian, and former United States Marine. You sign up to serve, but I don't think you realize that even after your service, you feel compelled to serve. I think it's a very important Marines. I never served, and it stays with me. I think it's a wonderful thing, actually. My reserve unit was activated the night of September 11th. I worked on the rubble piles down at Ground Zero. We lost a lot of people that day that didn't need to die, and they were taken from us in a terrible way. Tunnel to Towers is outstanding.
Oh my God.
I've seen the work they do, and they've been very consistent. And the way they help first responders and veterans, this organization does a really good job of honoring its promises. So
I can't believe he's not
that's why
dead yet.
I'm involved. There are ways you can help T2T on their mission to do good. Just $11 a month can transform the
When they
lives
released
of our
the Hanson
veterans,
collection
first
3 years
responders,
after
and
launch of
Gold Star
Borderlands
families.
2.
Go to
That's when it
T2T.org
got
for more information on how a small contribution can make a big
ton
difference.
of people start playing at that point.
I wish I could just watch
There's a
live
lot of
sports at
people
home for a great price.
Prefer Borderlands 2 over all the other games. We didn't even start playing Borderlands 2 until 3 years after it was out.
Choose and customize your channel lineup.
You guys got to remember that
and
too.
watch for free.
There's probably some of you guys in here
Base package required.
who didn't play Borderlands 2 until
If it
after
hurts you to
the Hanson
watch
collection
this,
came out.
you'll
And
want
that's
to hear this.
absolutely
The eczema medication you're taking may not be right for you. Visit myrocktree.com and talk to your dermatologist.
If you're a veteran, own a home, and need cash, call All New Day USA. We're here to serve you with the same respect and commitment you gave our country. With automatic authority from the VA, we can help you borrow up to 100% of your home's value with the New Day 100 VA cash out. Get an average of $83,000 to pay off car loans, credit cards, and more. At New Day, we look at you, not just your credit score. Call 1-888-928-2089.
At Farmers, we know compromises can be compromised.
Like you could on Borderlands 2.
You would stop this?
Yeah. Even had a few screws left over.
Is it supposed to sound like that?
Cutting corners can leave you drowning in regret. It's important it's not worth compromising. That's right. At Farmers, you can get quality
Yeah, the 24-hour lockout on Milestone.
Hey, forever, dog.
Annoying as
Hey, minus, baby.
This is Luke and Ann, who spent a lifetime saving for retirement, but living off those savings.
Scary.
Scary. With their advisor Matt's plan, Earn and Save became Invest and Spend, and now
We're getting a lot more enjoyment out of life.
JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Even the toughest cowboys get heartburn, but I don't fool around with silly idiots. I ride with Rolaids Max Strength, 50-100 milligrams of acid.
All right, let's get our zipper.
Am I a cowboy now? No. Rolaids spells relief.
So breaking right now, the so-called Mamdani of D.C. has won the Democratic primary in Washington's mayoral race. First Democratic socialist, Janice Lewis George. Moments ago.
How are you recovering?
Labels in general are
You were the one that had
democratic
been
processes
right?
across this
Like, I'm not
country
crazy.
and in the city as well. Because when you talk to voters, I think it's important that people learn that they need to get on the ground and start talking to voters.
He is doing great. I'm right on. Okay, good. Because I asked Noble and looked like a jackass. Because your guys' names are the same color, so I was like, oh, same color means this happened to this person. This was not true. And then after I realized, I was like, no, fuck, it was Play-Doh, wasn't it? Shit. I'm glad you're doing great, though. That's good. Let me get to this generator.
Go back up there. I don't blame you.
I think she's on the other side of the map.
Poor guy.
I'm gonna get on.
No first runs ever run.
Oh, that's already done. Shit. Lazy got a video. I thought he did, and it was someone else's. Because there's so many people, you know. Ooh, that is good.
Okay, so can I say quit at this point and keep farming him, or do I have to talk to Lemaine? Zip means penis in Arabic.
It's right there.
Next. If you drop the gun after you pick it up, you can see your zipper is down.
We all tag team this generator. We should be
I'm
good.
gonna do that. Wait, where the?
Here, she's coming. She's coming. She's coming.
Guys, hold on. Did we just find a free chest run? Hold up. Chat, hold up. Chat. Hold up. hold your phones, chat.
Doctor, on my first appointment, that was
This
almost
might be
3
the
weeks.
most accidental.
I mean, it is
amazing
scary how well I'm
discovery of my
recovering.
life.
I'm not sure what that means. But, I mean, hopefully it's a good thing. That's all we can hope for.
All right. Guys, if you are looking for an easy, free way to farm for pearlescence,
Okay, I think I'm
legendaries,
good.
firmware, everything
I'm gonna
else,
sneak back over
at
here.
the end of the Mole's Gambit mission, which is part of the electee missions, when you would fight Wilhelm, you beat him, you have a red chest that spawns after you kill Wilhelm. Or
I wonder if
Willem.
this is a new
After you
Matrix.
kill Willem, you get a red
Which there's
chest that
absolutely
spawns,
nothing
and you
wrong
can go out
with.
this door, and there's a
At
save
all.
station right here. It's located
Take out this totem.
here on your map. It's right there. It's the
While I'm in
active
this bush.
checkpoint at the end of this mission. And we're at the point now where
62, and he said that I'm young. That is why I'm recovering so well. Never heard that 62 was young. 62 is young. This is okay. So this is my motto. If you are still willing to learn things and change your perspective on things, you're young.
You drop the gun after.
If you're still willing to admit that you're wrong about things, or age is just a number at the point of like after like 25. Like because after 25 your brain's done cooking, man. Yeah, they're like that door is fuck that door. I'm gonna go to the other one. Hey. Is it new or older? It just had its 10th birthday. Which I didn't even know was 10 years old. Nice! Oh wow, right, I didn't even know! I had no clue! Just started gaming a little over a year ago, also got into PCs after not doing that for years. We did great. I just got a PC. I am brand spanking new to PC gaming. I still play with a controller though. 2016 Dead by Daylight is a fever dream, totally different game. I bet. When 2016 is when I graduated high school. Fuck! I don't even want to talk about it! Oh, I'm gonna throw up. Yeah, this is a new Huntress, it looks like. They did well. Good job. I feel bad. Oh, don't feel bad. It's okay. Everybody's new at some point. They gotta learn, you know? I gave them a like. I think that they did a good job. My first killer game was a mess. Make me feel old. I'm 05. That's not old. That's only 11 years before I graduated high school. That's totally useless. I'm fairly altruistic. I owned a computer company for 12 years in the late 80s and all of the 90s. Built over 2,000 computers a year. So just coming back to me. And now, is it nice to be on PC now? And like, is that a bot? Oh, why? Oh, I didn't even realize Rick Grimes was in this game. I've never been in a game with Rick Grimes. Is it easier? Like, if something happens with your PC now, would you know how to fix it? I love computers again. Never thought I would get the bug again. That's fucking awesome! Just someone on anonymous mode. Oh, fair. I didn't know you could do anonymous mode. That's awesome, actually. I do like this map a lot too. I'm immediately stealth. Oh no, you. What the fuck was that? of them are overclocked and undervolted except for my streaming PC. I don't mess with that one. Who's this killer? Oh, fuck. I've played against this guy before. He's freaky. Yeah, Lunar, I'm gonna keep going. You don't have to. But I'm gonna keep going. Y'all take care of the clocks. I'll take care of the gen. Shit. Not having watched Stranger Things, but playing Dead by Daylight makes some of these killers feel so foreign, right? I don't know who this is. Like, I've played against them before, but I have never watched not Dead by Daylight. I've never watched Stranger Things. So... we've got to go get Lunar off of that hook.
If you pick it up, you can say your zippers. Bring back.
Oh, he's sticking around there.
Good game. Before anybody starts freaking out, oh, K66 Borderlands. But it was 3% dedicated drop rates, guys. Have you guys ever tried to farm something with a 3% dedicated drop rate? That shit was not fun. When they released the Handsome Collection,
excuse me, that sounds like a Discord watch party night. Yeah, I've never watched Stranger Things. You can make me.
Prefer Borderlands 2 over all the other games. We didn't even start playing Borderlands 2 until 3 years after it was out.
Yeah.
I've got to remember that too.
Damn, they are absolutely.
We didn't play Borderlands 2 until after the Handsome Collection came out, and that's absolutely fine. Awesome that you found the game and you fell in love with it. Star Wars DLC was huge for Borderlands 2.
Sold myself 4 new computers.
Bring back Borderlands 1 drops.
You have not escaped my notice.
It's not perfect, but
It's so healthy.
very rare world drops. Very rare world drops. And you can actually dedicate farm as you go. But you couldn't really do very much on Borderlands.
I'm right here, I'm right here, I'm right here, I'm right here, I'm right here.
Yeah, the 24-hour lockout on boss towers was...
We're at a 10, that's high grade. He didn't see me go in, did he? Shit! Lunar, no! Lunar, no! Lunar! Damn. I'm so sorry, Lunar. I don't know if there was anything I could do. I'm sorry, Lunar. We have no generators done. Fuck! they would have been in the middle of a locker opening animation. Yeah, finish that generator, please. Finish that generator. I have been trying to finish that generator desperately.
Back up there. I don't blame you.
This seems like a really safe generator, actually.
Poor guy.
I'll take this generator.
No first run zipper, huh?
Go, Cheryl, go!
I don't want. Okay, so can I save wood at this point and keep farming him, or do I have to talk to him again?
Dude, it wasn't even me, though!
Zip means heals and everything. If you drop the gun after you pick it up, you can say your zipper is down. Oh, I like the way you think. I'm gonna do that. Wait, where the? Oh, come on. Guys, hold on, dude. We just find a free test point. Hold up. Hold up.
Today, your run comes to an end.
Fuck, dude.
Hold your phone, Jack. This might be the most accidental, amazing discovery of my life. All right. Guys, if you are looking for an easy, free lane for weapons, legendaries, firmware, everything else, at the end of the Mole's Gambit mission, which is part of the Electi mission, when you would fight Wilhelm, you beat him, you have a red chest that spawns after you kill Wilhelm, or Willem.
Well.
After you kill Willem, you get a red chest that spawns, and you can go out this door.
Cheryl's the safe one to come get me, so.
Located here on your map. Right there, it's the active checkpoint at the end of this mission. And
I pressed the wrong button.
point now where it's wanting us to go back and talk to Levine, but I was like, you know what, let me save.
Don't worry about it.
Just go farm fucking Leader Willem again. And what happened was, I went back in the game and I was around looking for the portal to like teleport back in there. And instead, I discovered that red chest just respawns there every single time. So if you want a free red chest, this thing is here. And theoretically, we should be able to get pearlescence and everything out of there. And
This
if you
dude
want, you
super
can even
sucks.
switch just your ultimate level. Maybe? I don't know. This might not work. Let's find out. This might break it, actually. We might have to save
At the killer
time.
during a
Not
chase.
sure.
It's just hard.
Nope, yep. And there we go. We got another legendary just like that. And it's the Wind Rider. Wow. When gun damage. Okay, look. There's proof for you that you can get this stuff out of this chest. Just a short, quick video for you guys. I'll post this up probably without much editing at all. So that's great.
We should play a custom match after this. If we had a full lobby, I'd be down.
You have to do the Electi missions, which are in Carcadia. It's located at the Carcadia main hub. The first mission will be enter the Electi. You have to go through those series of missions. It is an annoying
Hey,
series
Cheryl can
of
afford to get
missions.
hooked.
Trust me.
I can
More than that to stop me.
So I hope this guide helped you. If it does, hit the like button, hit subscribe, hit the bell icon for more, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Take care. What am I listening to? Well, Jeff, you clipped it. Thank you.
That's what I'm doing custom too. You want to play Ju-Fi? so that's fine. It got too big. Why did you move them out?
Oh shit. Yeah, I could have gotten 5 in gloom. Fucking nuts, but that does put us to a absurd amount of gloom. Perfect enough for me. We got a no brown from, well, oh, wait, I already did that. I already did that. Never mind, I'm clean those off.
Good call on the restart.
Vulnerable compared to Cash, dude, she looks amazing. I imagine they're gonna make her a badass. I imagine you want nothing more than
Oh, they're great at wiggling. Good job wiggling. Oh, somebody, man, some more generators.
Okay, sorry.
No, Cheryl!
Now we're 100% ready for something to get her, yeah, dude, we're
You gonna get worried, Cheryl?
We were already ready, I think.
Sorry, Cheryl.
I think we were already
They went
ready.
straight to the killer's shack, didn't they? Yeah, look for Hatch. Does anybody know where the Hatch normally spawns in?
I cannot
Oh, my
believe this just
body!
hasn't built out. A lot of times when we do safe splits,
still
the
see
chest
the
will
body
rip
when it
out on
dies.
you. You guys seen that before? Or it'll just be like it's open and you got no face.
Yes!
Yeah, got that Wind Rider and got it while recording the video.
You go, Skulls!
Is this where we're meeting? Guys, you gotta start adding locations. Hey!
You want nothing more than puppies. first. Let's get our zipper, and then hold on. What else do we need? We still need the thing from Timekeeper. Let's see. Google Docs. Allegiance list. Oh, we still need to get our pacemaker from Horus. We need the Star Helix from Primordial Timekeeper. Crustonian, Pearlescent, and the zipper. So zipper, then pacemaker. Let's do it. Get some of these annoying ones out of the way.
There's a bell. Use your Pokeballs to catch it. Can you guys tell I've never been here? It's City Bus Bars. Who is that? Is that fucking Legion? He's quick as fuck. Ah, fuck me, man. That's that one guy, the Blight.
Not taking that one off. What we got? Don't really want that.
I don't want to get that.
For a good dataless, what is it called? Thingamajiggy. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, tracking. Enhancement. Wait. Is that Radium?
Please.
Thank you. We'll stop for Iridium. We'll break for Iridium. Alright, where's he at? This way.
Damn.
Yep, hybrid of
Okay, so he's over there.
and Lazy's build. Little hint of Stony in there. And I think, I don't know if any of you guys had told me to do this, the trick shot, because I wanted to have that in there. It was a combination of a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little colony, a little colony.
He's too fast.
I used trick shot before you told me about it. I was using trick shot before.
Too fast. I was about to say, there's no way he's just coming.
The chest is gone.
Again.
I'm broke, dude. I'm broke that shit. The Bork report. It's back.
Shit. all times. You fucking jackass. Are you serious? Well, I hope that game was fun for you.
Always appreciate you.
Okay, zipper. Surely that's gonna shred the hell out of the entire universe.
They have a tracker and quiver on your back. It felt like it. Yeah. Oh no, thumbs! Oh no, thumbs! Oh my god, look at this place! Oh damn. He's so fast. Ooh, that was very bold. Damn! Okay! Alright, flashlight man. Damn. Aquapoco! Come on, Aquapoco! Go, go, go! I think Lord Chu's just gonna stay. No? Not gonna stay hooked? It's alright. Thank you for the posture hydrate stretch. Oh. Damn.
Okay.
Yep, they see him.
I'm back. Alright. Boom. He's gonna be on his bathroom. Somebody call the police. That's lavatory assault.
Damn, no!
What the fuck?
Damn.
Oh boy, oh boy. Let's see.
I'm just desperately trying to
Got
get this
Jedi
generator
grenade.
repaired.
Alright, hold on. What do we have currently rocking here, and what do we need? So we just need our Wind Rider to be Jedi. Okay, so Plasma or Jedi. What
Go,
about 65
run, run,
dubs?
run.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Plasmod with Jedi.
Run and try to get Hatch. I don't think anybody's getting Hatch this game. Damn, I did that yesterday. That sucks. When you drop the pallet on your side along with the killer. Oh.
You for real?
No.
You for real right now?
Just stay in a bush and recover, homie. That's about all you can do.
Shit. God damn it.
Sorry, Aquapoco. Do we think thumbs can make
Could
a
put
Hatch?
the Dadio on there and then switch. But let's do that.
Get
Dadio
more
on there,
Eid.
and then I'll switch one of the ones that have Dadio to be Jedi with one. Oh, this is an easy choice. Oh no, wait, there's already got that. Never mind. Shit. Fork. like, oh, no, can't do that. All right, grenade it is.
Well.
Grenade it is. All right. Good news. We can do that. God dang it.
Well, that doesn't help at all.
Mission accomplished. Wish there were more banks, or wish there were more skins. Wish there were, in the bank. Yeah, no, I don't take things from the bank on these Allegiance runs. I gotta get them myself. Gotta earn them on the playthrough. All right, cool. So now we got our 3 and our 2. All right. So I think we're ready to
We'll just
go
do that.
get
That's fine.
the pacemaker from Horus. We still need a Screwstonian, dude.
I'm glad we're getting more killers than Jason, though.
What's
That's
everybody
very
thinking
nice.
is our best way to farm the Screwstonian? Nightmare Rifts might be the way. Nightmare Rifts might be our best bet.
Well, let's see, chat. Do you think we can get at least one generator done this time?
You've got to be kidding me. Oh, K6 raid? Thanks a lot, K6. Come on in, Raiders. You see me just taking down this part of the wall. For those who don't know who I am, welcome on in. I'm Pyrosis Cryo. I'm a variety streamer. Oh! Red Terror 11, Red Terror 11, thank you for the follow. Yes, I am running basically my own hunt. I'm gonna try to keep the hunt going. Even though it's already done, it doesn't mean I can't make a difference.
Is that herbs? Looks like herbs. Can't wait till I learn actually what all of this stuff in this game is.
Yeah. Yes, I am, Moonbase. Link's at the top of the stream if you want to donate.
Come on now, game. What you doing, game? Come on now, game. What you doing, game? Come on. Default win.
I got very cool incentives. I got some awesome things too. Oh, this crazy Kiwi. Thanks for the follow, man.
No.
And a follow from Moonbase Tom. Welcome on in, people. Oh. And the Playmaker T, thanks so much for the follow, man.
Yeah, because blocking doors is what we're supposed to be doing. Fucking jackass.
You can just call me Pyro if you wish. Makes things a little easier if you ever want to.
I'm so much better on my own.
There we go. Level up.
I feel kind of like an asshole that I failed that last check, but I mean, had I stayed on that thing, we would have all been caught.
Alright. If you want to, if you actually want to donate to Ching Jude, hit up exclamation charity.
Go get a dose of bread.
You guys can completely optional, but would love to actually know what else going on. I know the hunt's already over, but doesn't mean we can't make a difference.
Why are you letting people heal? Why are you letting people recover? Whoa, don't come after me. I'm actually doing my job. Hey. Keep going.
Just die, Arago. We've been through this already. There we go. Anything new? Nope.
I knew from the start, a worthy addition to our number. Now, add his strength to your own. A portion of his power is placed.
The Legion.
All that has happened,
Alright.
Oh, that was so lucky,
That's the
bro.
second one. On to the third.
Shit.
Alright. Radix time. Let's do this game!
Go, run.
Hang on. Not if I stop playing.
I was about to say, I didn't get you with the flashlight. Why are you chasing after me, bro?
There we go. Much better. Alright.
Ugh.
This whole time, my Spotify was not playing. I just noticed it now. Well, it won't be part of the video anyways.
Bro. Chaotix can poach twice. It's unfortunate they keep running into each other like that.
Mass destruction! Yeah.
Don't go towards the generator that is right here by the one we just fixed, Omi. Yep. There's 2 more generators. We have 2 more.
Easy
We'll
peasy.
be okay.
At least check.
Not only he was watching, but I was keeping my own fire. I saw it all.
Oh. Shit. Shit.
Thank you, Warpaint.
So sorry. So sorry. So sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I got scared. How dangerous is this? Probably very dangerous. I think this killer might feel bad because they keep getting Zayotic. Okay. Toasted bread, you just... Okay, toasted bread was on a generator. Zayotic is about to be out. I'm so sorry, Zayotic. Is that a heartbeat I'm hearing? Probably not. Alright. Hi. Did the killer leave? Thank you for the head patch, GD. I think the killer just left. Unless they got disconnected.
Legendary?
The killer did a good job. Alright. Okay, Ash. I don't want to keep going to the flap of my ass cheeks. My Ash is level 37. We can keep proceeding. Let's go back to Ash. Oh my god. Dang, we were close to winning too. The killer did. The killer didn't like us. Sheer core. Oh, it's like. Oh my god, we're in a game with Ganesh again! Cool!
Alright.
Ganesh was really good last time. I think Ganesh got out. Patch.
I tried to say some times.
Ganesh is a good survival, but I can get out too, but Roning Storehouse. Sounds about right. Okay. I'm gonna sneak. Y'all crazy for running. No! Can we not?
There we go.
Can we not do Jason, please?
Legendary. Oh, it's the Rafa Cop again.
Take your weapons.
Damn, Sheer Court got got. Is there a hook? Yeah, there's a hook. Whee! Hey, look at the trans flag. Happy Pride.
Alright, ad break in 1 second. Now.
Dan.
Alright. Timekeeper's order. Experience the struggle.
Don't come back this way. Damn, I said don't come back this way! That's what you get. Ha ha ha. Y'all keep flashing him, that's the problem. Stop flashing him. And they're gonna gonna put you on the hook right there. Damn, you wiggling. Where did this person go? There you are. Oh. Ah! Why me? Fuck, dude.
Welcome back, everybody.
Did the killer leave again? What the hell is happening, bro? Did he leave? Yeah, he left. What the fuck?
Yeah, Vancouver wants to go with me.
Come on now.
Would be interesting.
I want
if
to play
it
a
did.
game.
The Vancouver's the new vault hunter.
Jay with the stuff.
Whoa! This works.
I hope the killer doesn't leave again. If the killer leaves again, I think it should be a wrap for us. 'Cause that'll be a cool problem.
Really freaking hate little weirdo. Then cover the invincible.
Dead dog saloon. Can I pet that dog? We're right at the killer's shack.
It's the invisible beam.
My brother in Christ.
Whoa! Okay, there it is.
Fuck, bro. Oh shit. We're gonna go this way. Thanks.
Yeah, this build's just nuts.
These Jasons are getting out of hand. Out of hand. Unnecessary. Damn, we're about to have 2 generators done. Or no, 1. They're on the same generator. Oh. Nice. Hopefully multiple of his I want to do this totem, actually.
Go, kill. damage is back.
Just don't bring him back here, we'll be okay. Oh. My booty hole's not for you. My booty hole's not for you. That's my booty hole. Damn. Bring this over here.
King's Gambit.
Damn. Generator's done.
Come on. Let's do this thing.
Alright, I'll go ahead and take care of this one back here then. You only have 2 more generators left.
Elevator going up.
Wee! Oh, wee, 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 wee. Get out of here, Crow. Shit. At least he's not coming back here. Damn. Sorry, Jay with the dub. Oh, Jay with the dub hasn't been hooked. Okay. I'll go grab him after we're done with this generator. We'll get Jay after we're done with this.
Enough you say, huh?
Well. I did two whole ass generators by myself. The least y'all could do is come unhook me. Is this your new obsession by Calvin Klein? Obsession. I'm just having fun. having a great fucking time with this game. Is he still nearby? No, he's not nearby. Oh, are they both coming to get me? Y'all are so kind. Thank you. He's probably camping the door, huh?
It's time for you to go die in shadows.
Oh.
Oh no, that's Star Helix. Points!
Oh, that was really kind of them to come get me, and they absolutely did not have to. They just ran the fuck out. I'm like, you're on your own, homie.
Star Helix. 85.
Hug.
This stuff, yeah. Well.
I'm gonna take a break. Yeah, really quick.
Oh! The Outlaw Gamer. Thanks for the follow, man. Welcome on in.
Shit, it's already 3:28. I'm trying to think, because I still don't feel like I have food poisoning. I still really don't feel good. So I might just call it here, guys.
Yo.
Whee! I think that's what we're gonna do. Thanks for hanging out
Now,
with me.
we are Ultimate
I did
Vault
say I'd be
Hunter
out for a little
5.
bit longer to Shadow. I hope Shadow forgives me, but I don't feel great. So I'm gonna head us on out. I'm going to take us to...
Alright. First order of business is to finish the rest of the stuff found here in the thief.
What the fuck?
First and foremost, Raxus. Raxus.
Oh, it's because he's not on anymore. I'm dead. Okay, we're gonna head on over to Pyrosis. They're playing Borderlands 4. They're doing their own little hunt. Good friend of the channel. Everybody, please, if you can, stay for the raid. I'd really appreciate it. Show Pyrosis some love. I will not be back on tomorrow. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I'll be back on at all this weekend because this is when we're getting our kitten. So we gotta get him acclimated and everything. I might maybe be back on later today. Not sure. We'll see. I'll update you guys, but have a good rest of your day. If I don't see you again, thanks for hanging out with me. See you next time, everybody. Bye.
What? No way. Niggy Nix with the raid of 14. Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome on in, everybody. playing, guys. Sears Plateau. That fallen goal has been met. 175. Wow. Thank you so much, man. Oh. Alright, here we go.
doesn't. They've got endurance.
I have saved over $4,300. I will never pay for covered car repairs again.
Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
It was like almost a $6,000. Endurance covered it.
If your car's out of warranty, a busted radiator could cost you $1,100. A transmission, that's another $5,000. If your engine goes, $8,000 to get it fixed. With Endurance, your car's most expensive repairs are covered. Parts and labor included.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000
So that's
engine replacement.
I've saved thousands and thousands of dollars.
Plus, Endurance lets you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work, or take advantage of their VIP repair network.
We tell them what needs to be fixed, and they just say it's covered.
And the best part? Your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I expected my rate to change, and it never did.
And coverage costs less than
so you're the biggest bad that ever humped bolts and take down at Hunter frequency free.
Every other competitor.
Basket free for ever higher difficulties covered with the new Mayhem challenge system available in this takedown. Be able to unlock increasing Mayhem levels that will scale up all takedown enemies' health and attack strength, and will be accessed to the previous three. Mayhem level will override the current difficulty setting of the event and affects ability outline each level. So they're just the Mayhem levels are just increases enemy health and damage. I guess I always say the enemies need to be dealing more damage. Unlike the Hybrid Challenge, Moon Reaper, and Subjugator, where it starts counting down your bosses, starts to take down the enemy. This starts taking a moment to open the front door. During the death cast, timers on 30 to ramp up over the over and push the stage limit. So, bragging rights from here at the fastest times. I don't think there's much to brag about with the fastest times because they're just getting the fastest time relies on using as many buggy interactions and one-shot loss as opposed to skillfully playing through the boss. Conquering higher rate grants access to more rewards, so the race are worth the struggle. For the challenge to end all challenges, there's one more full-time target.
Fox News correspondent David Spohn is live now in Washington with details. David.
Hey, Will, his name is Abraham Alvarez. According to the Department of Homeland Security, he entered the U.S. on a B2 visitor visa and failed to depart before it expired in 2001. As you said, he was granted DACA status under the Obama administration. That's the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. That was in 2014, and he's been living here ever since. Now, Daniel Eskridge is another suspect. He had a detention hearing today in federal court. A judge is keeping him behind bars until trial. Eskridge joins Tyson Proper from Ohio, Brian Roa and Michael Thomas from California, and of course Alvarez, who we mentioned, from Nebraska. A quote, second wave was allegedly planning to storm the White House gate. One suspect allegedly told investigators The goal was to target capitalist elites or politicians who received donations from the Israel-American Public Affairs Committee, or known as AIPAC. Investigators say they have screenshots from one of the phones of one of the accused plotters that talk about the positioning of drones and snipers. Here in D.C., though, at the nation's capital, officials are focused on all sorts of threats and are taking them seriously ahead of America's 250th birthday.
Things can change with information. And so we're always evaluating that. We also look at how we're deploying the resources. Do we need to increase resources? Do we need to change the types of children and resources?
Two law enforcement authorities in Greece say that they believe that all of the suspects that pose the biggest threat to safety are also foreign, but there are others that possibly residents that are
President Trump is set to participate in the Medal of Honor ceremony very soon. We're going to bring you a live coming up. Things that were once novel ideas, now reality. Like the New York Knicks getting a ring, or Democrats making socialism their new mainstream platform. That all tied together next.
You're seeing Skechers' famous glide set footwear everywhere. And now more famous designs and available enhanced free Skechers slip-ins. Get the comfort and style of glide step now with the convenience of slip-ins, with no bending down or touching the shoes. Try glide step Skechers slip-ins.
Make summer grilling unforgettable with beef from Riverbend Ranch, raised the way nature intended, with no hormones and no antibiotics, and delivered straight to our ranch to your table. Riverbend Ranch, real and natural.
Daddy is there by this time. What's up with Mel?
Only travel advice for hours. Now she's got influencer brand.
Wait, stop! You gotta use kayak. They compare hundreds of sites so you always get the full price.
Just wet and smooth and quickly cut through 100% of dirt, grease, and grime. So this is
100% possible.
They're upgraded and last 2 times longer to tackle more messes. It's not just clean, it's Mr. Clean.
They're not just a great mobile service provider, they're all about giving back. Every bill helps support causes we believe in. Family, faith, and freedom. You get networks, even better, it's time to make a switch.
drain from the body.
Is it hard to look at?
Yeah, do you ever commit a murder?
I certainly don't go anywhere. But I've never done something like that.
He enjoyed the chase. He enjoyed the capture. He enjoyed the whole.
You think you have the AC cranked up enough?
It's a booster out there.
Fox Weather Beach House. Here we come.
Cape Cod, Jersey Shore, Florida, Texas, Alabama.
One great American beach after another.
Let's hit the road. Who are we waiting for?
We're gonna need a bigger truck.
All summer long.
Does this guy ever work?
All right, welcome back. You're looking live at the White House. Just a few moments, President Trump will honor true heroes. Vietnam veteran James retired Marine Corps veteran, seven fellow Marines in combat. Though he was badly wounded himself, he refused to leave the battlefield, saying any fight must be service award. A Knicks championship felt like a fairy tale, a story New York kept telling itself. It compared themselves to the northeastern Dallas Cowboys, but not anymore. After 53 years, the Knicks are champions, and today, fans flooded Manhattan to celebrate. Ticker tape parades, packed streets, pure New York. So much like I've been wondering about all the Japanese in Dallas or the Croatians downtown or the English filling up pubs in America, how did all of those people get so much time? It's just be working. It's a Thursday in New York. Well, here's how. Some fans have called it a mental health day. Others blamed the sick dog. One simply said, I'll suffer the consequences later. That's fair enough. I appreciate that. And up next, we're the White House. The Democratic Socialists of America say membership has grown to 110,000, and that's 170 DSA-endorsed candidates who've won since 2018. Of course, that includes New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. And today, Janice Lewis-George, who won her race for mayor of D.C. If Nithya Raman wins over Karen Bass in November, that means New York, Los Angeles, and D.C. could all have DSA mayors. Their progressive idol, Bernie Sanders, is pushing for tax hikes that could send the top federal rate to 49%. That's up from the current 37%. And fresh off his Knicks parade, Zohran Mamdani is joining Bernie Sanders at a rally for far-left congressional candidates. Because according to Sanders' advisor and Mamdani ally, Fayez Shakir, Mamdani's impact is only growing. Quote, he's seeing that opportunity that we can radically change the Democratic Party. Like Bernie, he's not saying I'm doing this out of spite against you, dear leadership. He's saying I'm supporting these candidates for the better vision, and I'm prepared to lose the status. The Knicks finally got their big breakthrough.
just but one generation away from extinction. And what we're seeing with Zoran Mondami and his allies, the ones that'll be at this rally, are we staring down the barrel of that coming true for us? Are we at the horizon of freedom being near extinction?
If Bernie Sanders were to get his way, if top federal tax rate was 49%, you guys would add your state tax, add your city tax. I believe you're close to 70% paid in taxes.
It could get even higher with what the state is proposing with the socialists on a state level. You know what? We've seen the candidates that he's proposing here. People like Daria Lisa, she called for an end to borders completely. She has called and celebrated on October 8th at a rally the death and murder of children. These are the types of candidates that the socialists have coming up in the elections. And guess what? It looks like they might win. What does it mean for our country? What does it mean for our children? What does it mean for our future?
And you know, I said a moment ago, if Nithya Raman wins in LA, then that would make New York City and LA But the truth is, what's the difference? Of not just the rule of law, but of civic engagement. What's the point in swiping your card? Zoram doesn't expect me to pay, and then that just trickles down into every other part of civil society.
And it's why the affordability crisis is at its worst in cities where socialists are on the rise, because they continue to introduce and enact policies that are blank checks. They're just promises that the future is going to have to pay for, and it is a competency question. Who in their right mind would pass these pieces of legislation?
Right. How long until people are walking out of the free grocery store with free groceries? Like, how long? Like, the question is a matter of weeks versus months. I'm not paying. You know, it's a city-run grocery store. I need bread. It's going to be a complete joke. And you're going to see, unfortunately, I'm sorry, you're going to see stuff like that. You know, America's Rome, New York City.
Someone will stop it. Thank you so much.
We hope you do. Thank you. All right, still ahead, President Trump is set to participate in this Medal of Honor ceremony at any moment. We're going to bring you there live once it begins.
This is blood.
X-ray. Thank goodness for that, right? First, the surgery. You could say that firsts are kind of our thing. First then, first now. And we're just getting started.
Honey, Mortgage Money 6 says we should keep renting.
Mortgage Money 6? Reba says more realtor agents recommend Realtor.com. They track every market so you know when to make your move.
He also says that Bigfoot... Got it.
Make it real with Realtor.com.
You should know the facts. Injection the medication you're taking may not be right for you. Visit myrontruth.com and talk to a dermatologist about your symptoms and treatment options.
Your sisters are running early. Strength liquid pain.
The new stripper phone.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of the business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
Hi, it's Christina again. I'm here to tell you about an all-new special offer. Jacuzzi bathroom model has a design you'll love at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. And best of all, they can install it. I would wear my mommy one pieces. Now I can wear my bikini.
If there's one thing that deserves to be made here in America, it should start with the American flag.
At Allegiance, we do it corpses is 100% made in America by Americans with American reviews.
Join our pledge to make the American flag truly American.
Visit showallegiance.com to get your high-quality American flag. That's showallegiance.com.
I'm seeing more and more people
That's what we did. Designed a 3-stage episode version, same time as we did. To go off all of the John goes quietly in the background. Jason
wonderful shaving experience for a lot less than Gillette. Very fun. I can't wait for you to try.
Put a wrap on me. Listen. President Trump is participating in a Medal of Honor ceremony. He's set to come out in just a moment. That you see President Trump making his way out. There are 3 Medal of Honor recipients today. One this morning. Very important. Medal of Honor. It's our nation's highest honor. Okay. And you're about to see a very special ceremony.
Right back for the last lap.
Vietnam War veterans won from the war on terror in Afghanistan, and you will see that for the next hour or so here on Fox News. President Trump has made his way out for this Medal of Honor ceremony. Let's listen in.
And today we honor these 3 patriots who unyielded battle for their comrades and the nation. Father, we thank you for Major Godfrey, who braved a ferocious ambush and at times shielded his men. For Major Capers, who despite
thank you very much, everybody, and we'll be seated. We have some really important business to take care of. The stock market just hit a new all-time high. The 401 gains just hit a new all-time high. And oil is dropping like a rock. Other than that, it's another day in paradise. Well, thank you greatest of three new recipients. Marine Corps Major James Capers, Marine Corps Colonel John W. Ripley, deceased, and Army Major Nicholas Dockery. Thank you. We're pleased to be joined on this occasion by the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, and he's had some good victories lately, I will tell you. He's going to have a lot more. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz. Mike, thank you. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. Acting Secretary of the Navy, Hung Cao, and Commandant of the Marine Corps, Eric Smith. Thank you very much. With us as well are Senators Lindsey Graham, Todd Young, and Jim Banks, and members of Congress, Morgan Griffith, Ralph Norman, Jim Baird, Victoria Spartz, all great people, all great fighters, every one of them. Know them all. I also want to salute 11 former Medal of Honor recipients: Barney Barnum, Kyle Carpenter, James Livingston, Joe Marm, Jim McLuhan, Dakota Meyer, Patrick Payne, Earl Plumley, Ed Byers, Will Swenson, and Brian Thacker. Thank you all. It's great to be with you again. Thank you. They're great people. The first hero we pay tribute to today is one of the finest warriors to ever wear the uniform of the United States Marines, Major James Capers Sr. Thank you, James. In Vietnam, the Corps promoted him
That's what I was looking for. I dare try that.
Over the course of 4 of the enemy. The enemy was going down quickly. We never really knew what the exact number was. On the 4th day of battle, a numerically superior force of Viet Cong soldiers launched a truly devastating ambush. Explosions shredded the air, sending Jim into a tree, ripping open his
Scavenge some gear, huh?
Guys, I didn't know someone was there.
Let me take that off your blood-soaked hands.
Well, I'd love to say hi to whoever's out there. I appreciate everything you did by coming here and hanging. But I'm getting ready to leave. I will be back tomorrow, obviously. It's been 7 hours.